Got it. There's a bit of fluff on the screen. All right, now we can play video games. All right, sorry for the false start. All right, so let's play some Dwarf Fortress. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. And I'm going to put another marker here so that the VOD watchers don't need to see that. Twitch chat, you can say hi to YouTube if you like. And for the YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And of course, if you would like to support the Twitch stream at no cost to you, simply tune in to the Twitch side of the stream. And for the Twitch folks, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, I will link both of them in a moment. Just hold up. For the YouTube folks, there's a Twitch link if you would like to lurk on the Twitch stream and help artificially or non-artificially inflate my numbers. And for the folks here on the old Twitchosphere, if you'd like to help me inflate my numbers, you can do that by leaving a like here in this place. And to the folks on YouTube right now, there's 45 people watching and 21 likes. And for the people on Twitch, there's 176 of you. And Aeronamo, thank you very much for the 24th month. Sorry I missed that. I was fucking with my camera. But it's fixed now, so everything is fine and dorky, as it damn well should be. And I'm going to mute this so I don't hear myself in double. And then we can start. So Filthhammer. Yes. Deep sea fishing. Thanks for that. I'm pretty sure YouTube uses less bandwidth. I don't know. I mean, if you're watching at like low quality, it's probably about the same, actually. But yeah, if you've got limited data, don't worry about it. So I need to name a dwarf for Darius. Actually, another thing I need to do is pop open that as a tab so I can easily check who's redeemed what sees. Found my channel a couple of weeks ago and it inspired you to get Dwarf Fortress. Trying to get into it, but you keep getting overwhelmed. Any tips? Learn one thing at a time. Dwarf Fortress is a game about inevitable collapse in a lot of cases. So because it's a game about inevitable collapse, it's a game that you kind of just need to accept is going to horribly crash and burn from time to time. And the best way to kind of get used to that process is let it burn, but one thing at a time. So figure out something that you think seems interesting. Usually I recommend starting off with farming and learn as much as you can about farming. So let's name a dwarf for Darius. There's a redemption thing in the channel points here on Twitch, Trogar, which is available every 25 minutes. It just says name something. If you redeem that with your Twitch channel points, you will get a dwarf. So there isn't a Darius. Darius, what kind of dwarfus would you like, sis? Do you have any preferences? The gimmick of this fort, everybody's in a squad. We have a lot of squads, although actually I think I need to make another one and add more people to it, or like add more people to the, yeah, because we have some extras. We have, everybody gets a squad, basically. So the result is there is a lot of military dwarves. For the fortress itself, it's kind of a sort of surface-ish fort. We don't have a lot of bedrooms. Most of the dwarves are just either sleeping in the barracks right here or down here in the general kind of sleeping area. If I go down below, we have another kind of general sleeping area over here, and I need to make this into a dining hall at some point when I feel like being nice. Bearded dude. Okay, happy bearded dude. Also, the most happiest character in the fort is Trull, Romanoid Trull, who is my Baron. My mayor, not my Baron, who is a necromancer experiment. You is the mostest, happiest, dwarfstest. And apparently I have 3 dwarves in prison, and I don't even know why. Including my messenger. Well, that's awkward. So, bearded dwarf. That was the wrong button that I clicked on. Ineth, you get this dwarf. Darius. Bobtron, it's good to see you. Also, Metal Fuse, it's good to see you as well. But yeah, the other thing I would recommend, Mental Legend, is join either my Discord or the Kitfox Discord and ask questions. Dwarf Fortress is kind of a game about just asking people for tips in a lot of ways. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. He is tense and jittery, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He often feels envious of others, and he is quick to anger. He is slow to trust others, and he finds obligations confining. And he's conflicted by this since he believes in the importance in the rule of law. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and when he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He points and shakes his finger when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care much about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds the acquisition of power abhorrent, would have all masters toppled after experiencing trauma in 1063, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. He believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. He believes that the time taken to master skill is a horrible waste, and believes and values sacrifice. He values nature and views loyalty unfavorably, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes fine pewter and wood opal and warthog ivory, alligator snapping turtle shell, short swords, and cave floaters for their graceful drifting. Okay. And the words of the strategy of sparkles, when possible prefers to consume Tef beer, two-humped camel's milk, and absolutely can't stand bark scorpions. He has a wife who doesn't live here, and his child is dead. That's awful. I'm so sorry. And you met one of my adventurers once. For you, or for named dwarves, we have Jack Nurik, we have Jesus, we have Urist, and of course, Baskribit. We have Bunny, and oh yeah, Baskribit, by the way, is my were-lizard. I have a were-lizard. We also have Kimball and Lobster, as well as Josh, and I need to make sure that the were-lizard didn't just get added to the military. Ice Blue, and also Hero. We also have Snail, and if you're not hearing your name, they may be in a squad that's not on the map right now. There's two that aren't on the map right now. Bismuth, as well as Alex and Crane and Trull. Alex is the Baroness. And we have Cthulhu Crafting. And we also have Neezer, who is a Gorlak. And we have Elfie Bean. We have P. Alex as well. If I go over here real quick in the squads that aren't currently on the map, we got Florg. And I'm not sure what... Is that Sumo? Yeah, that's Sumo. And then up here we have Fizbin. Cthulhu Crafting instead of Cthulhu Dancing. And I think that's everybody else. Yeah, looks like it. So the idea behind this fort was everybody joins the military and we make war with as many people as possible. We've done that. And we've made war with as many people as possible. And, well, not as many people as possible. As many people as I have so far, which is kind of a non-mission. But the current status is we are at war with goblins, elves, and goblins. There are some factions that we're still at peace with and some that we're not at war with yet. But we are growing slowly. I need to take over some more sites. There are some things I need to completely wipe off the map. And one of the main things we've been doing is exploring all of these. Now, these are all temples, which, as just like this, Del Moistness, those are all books. So we've been stealing books. And I guess we're kind of building a Library of Alexandria. We're at 793 books. I think, personally, it would be really, really cool to build a library in hell. So if I go down to here, this is where all of our adamantine strands are, which apparently I don't have enough. Well, actually, am I making wafers? I should be making wafers. Yes, we are making wafers. And we are currently making adamantine wafers. If I go into here and I type in wafer, you can see that we have 2 adamantine wafers currently. Down in here is the actual way into hell, which I need to unforbid that. And this goes all the way down to here, which currently is just letting water flow in. But I'm kind of thinking about trying to dump water and lava into hell, because this is the fun pile. and basically sealing this up with obsidian. Or even better if I could get it wider. But the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig down to this level. I'm going to dig down to this level. And I'm going to fortify and smooth all the way around the edge of this. And my idea here is that I could just position a bunch of Marks dwarves right here and just fucking shoot at these things. Because down here, I'm noticing a lot of these flame ghosts, which are huge humanoids composed of flame. They'll explode if hit with a bolt, basically. We've got these earthworm brutes, which are towering earthworms composed with deadly dust. We've got these squirming and fidgeting salt things, which will die very easily. We've got quadrupeds composed of flames. We've got flattened, feathered earthworms that also have more deadly dust, gosh. We've got squirming and fidgeting blobs composed of salt, and a lot of that stuff. Like, these earthworm brutes are probably the scariest ones, but there's a lot of things in here that really... We also got specters of steam. Those are ones I haven't looked at yet, which are composed of steam. So a lot of these will die pretty easily. So I'm going to try and shoot some fish in a barrel, is what we're going to do. So I'm probably going to appropriate an ad for Doom. I mean, this is just an ad for Doom. We're going to try and make the Dwarf Doom guy. Which, you know, is it fair to say that the new Doom is the best Captain America game made in the last decade? I don't think they've made any others. Is the best Captain America game? You mean the Earthworm Brute? You want me to name it Jim? Is his mother very proud, though? Yeah, Doom Dark Ages is the new one. So Earthworm Jim never is in the slightest bit cheerful about anything, never feels discouraged, is impervious to the effects of stress, is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying on strictly on his own counsel, does not feel strongly... does not feel the slightest need to pay back any favors done for him, no matter how much help, how much he needed, how major the help or how much he needed it. He is absorbed with delusions of self-importance and is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, and is never moved by the emotions of others. And he sees others as selfish and conniving, and is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise, and when he has something to say. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to he enjoys the company of others, and he tends to hang on to grievances and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he isn't particularly ambitious, and gets distracted during conversations when he's excited. This Jim guy's a real stinker. Buttsworth! I think that your dwarf's still alive, isn't it? Buttsworth, are you still alive? No, Buttsworth passed away. Buttsworth was one of my legendary militia dwarves for a while. But yeah, so that's the plan for today, is we're going to try and quietly invade hell, with hopefully them not being able to do much about it. Who's ready? I'm not, so you better be. The other thing is, because we're at war with a lot of... Beast? What? Okay, you? Are you a threat? No. Are you a threat? No. Oh, hey, look! It's a Yabberer! Oh, it's Sleeping Beauty! Right. Sleeping Beauty was a forgotten beast that got covered with deadly dust that made it fall asleep. Oh my god. If you die to this I was gonna say, if you die to this Jabberer. No, you're not gonna die to the Jabberer. But yeah, this thing got covered in Sposs's goo, and Sposs made this thing, like fall asleep, which is crazy, because they can't sleep. Speaking of crazy, are you leaving the map? Yes, you are. Are you? You've all left the map. Okay, so it's just you who's trying to leave the map now. Good. Get out of here. Clown bells singing off in the distance. So, have any of you tried to take on hell and actually invade it? I've tried a number of times, but I gotta say that I did a pretty terrible job most of the recent times I've attempted it. This right here is a pump, as you might notice. We're gonna start pumping again. This pump is dumping lava down into hell. Now these guys are not affected by that. They don't care so much. However, wait, what? Oh my god. Another one killed it. Gozer Sleeping Beauty, the godforsaken spray. How did you kill it? The Jabberer bites the Forgotten Beast in the foot, which dented the bone, and bites it in the upper body, which tore the muscle. How about just beans? As in, like, espresso beans. You know, I think I can open this cavern layer again. I think I can. Toe beans, beans, caffeine beans, coffee beans. I'm gonna do beans here a favor. We're gonna do some hacking. I'm gonna heal beans. Beans, you get another chance at life. You've earned that. I'm gonna use my powers of weird mysteries to give you another chance, Beans. Perhaps Beans will move towards the fortress and step into one of my cage traps. Or not. I mean, maybe Beans will just go and die. At another day and time. Where are you going? Collecting webs, good stuff. To Beans, raise a glass, my friends. The jabberer that ever jabbered. But yeah, that's this fortress. And if I go down into here... Oh man, I was hoping we'd get some more obsidian out of that. That's a shame. That is, in fact, a shame. Oh, I see the problem here. I was like, why is this all getting forbidden? It's because there's a bunch of random bulky liquid cloth stuff there. What about here? Oh, that's just got lava there. That much makes sense. Oh, that's good. I'm also trying to, like, seal up the sides of this. So the other thing that I've been doing is right here is a staircase. This staircase goes all the way up to here, which is going to pump water from here down into here. That's the plan for this. So this is going to be a method of getting water from up here down to here, down into here. I'm not sure how to say your last name. Jal Pimentel? Jal Pimentel? Thank you very much for the YouTube membership. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? We just got a brand new YouTube member. So the idea here is I want to bring water from the surface all the way down all the way down all the way down to here. So that I can dump water in this way and lava in this way. That's the idea. I can also dig out a whole bunch of this down here because this is all safe and secluded from the rest of the scary. Not this side, though. Blind's gonna make hell all wet. Blind is, in fact, gonna make hell all wet. I'm sure hell will appreciate it. With 2-part epoxy? Basically, yeah. How come they didn't rush me? Because I didn't dig in. I fortified the edge here, so I could see that there was a hole here which exposed hell without actually opening up hell. So they don't actually have a way in. They can't rush me. They want to, but they can't. Which is kind of my favorite strat, actually, when it comes to going into hell, is just simply don't let them rush you. In fact, right now I could dig through this. Right here. This corner piece. Because this corner piece is now blocked off with this obsidian. So I could dig into that. And then I could smooth this and fortify that and have more view. Right here. Because one layer below, well... Actually, I could channel down through this. Which I should probably do. Seems like my squads have returned. We did 2 separate pillages. I think one of them was against an elven site and one was against a goblin site. The Hammers of Dance attacked the Scabrous Scorpion of the Pleated Terror, goblins. Sumo led the attack, and Hazy Hatchets the Simple Fell led the attack, and the defenders were led by Anton Nosbiz, a soldier. Sumo, the Simple Fells, outmatched the soldier Snang Voice-Toothed with a Clanning Plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Very loudly, Shadow Absorber, in fact. Also, YouTube folks, can I talk more about more hell? Hell is your endgame scenario, and it's the thing that people refer to as clowns. It's the big spoiler for Dwarf Fort. If you dig into it normally, it will usually destroy your fortress. But we're trying to conquer it by being very cautious. Looks like my dwarves are doing some decent work here, actually. Domi Borealis, thank you very much for the community sub and checking out a gift. It's your first time checking out a gift. Appreciate you greatly. As a reminder, 1 bit will get you #1 on the bits leaderboard, but thank you much. Cheers, dude. The forces of the Abyssal Torch searched Blush Mansion, because it appears that we struck down one of the last critters here, and my friend Dirge's Wizard Guide to the Pits, Discourse on the Elves, Hoofed, Distinct, Understood, the tree after the end, it must have been Tempest, and Against the Movement of Animals, and The Secret of Classification. Budgie, thanks for the penny. Appreciate you. You're #1. And then for the other invasion that we did, which was, I think, on an elven site, we looted treasure. Snuck in undetected and looted treasure. Phantom Spider Silk Nelai? Oh, that's interesting. Speaking of wealth, Lanix used to be rich. Congrats. I mean, absolutely, Chuck Shanker. I could not agree with that more. The real fortress was the dwarfs we befriended along the way.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Swag, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Basically, this is a massive spoiler stream, I guess is the correct way to put this. Beans, did you just kill somebody else? What'd you do? Beans did not kill somebody else. Beans is just simply getting into fights with webs. There's also just dwarves everywhere down in here. It's scaring Beans. Poor Beans. Beans trying to get up in here. Be all like, bah! I thought I saw Beans run in. Where did Beans go? Beans! Where you at, Beans? I'll follow you, man, without having to... Oh no, why are you chasing that child, Beans? Beans, I need you to go get caught so that you can be another tame jabberer. We'll take very good care of you. Please bring your family and friends as well. Come on, Beans, you know what you gotta do. Uh-oh. Hearing combat sounds? That's because of Beans. Beans, I need you to go south. For reference, these things are actually kind of dangerous. They're like emus if emus had really sharp beaks and much bigger mouths. No, I just have a male one, unfortunately, Lennox. I think. Yeah, just the one jabberer. And they also happen to be extremely good. Ah, god damn it. Beans, why'd you do that to Atir? God damn it, Beans. Why you gotta do this, Beans? Yes, I did, I think. Presuming it's the one that I'm thinking that you're referring to. Have I told you my conspiracy theory for a while that Kit Fox is gonna publish the next, Kenshi game? More and more, I'm starting to think that's not gonna happen. For a minute there, I was like, I don't think their beaks are big enough to fit the entirety of your head in their mouth, Shadow. Yeah, I had a childhood friend who had a emu, and yeah, they're pretty scary, in fact. Okay, well, I found Atir dead. I don't want to kill Beans. But, like, I also don't want to let... Peasant has been possessed, okay. I also don't want to, like... let all my dwarves die, you know? Let's just go up here and chuck a bunch of extras of these down. There you go. Oh no. Lower body. It literally cut this dwarf in half. Oh, that's grim. Also, this squad down here that was Atir's squad a minute ago is actually going to swap over to being a crossbow squad. I'm going to go up to here, type in bars, and I've got a decent amount of steel. Let's do some steel bolts. Let's do 20 steel bolts and leather quivers. Do 20 of those. Birds have no respect. Well, I think that birds with familial affection can have a lot of respect. But those are also not, like, the types of birds you're talking about. I mean, like, pet parrots can have a lot of respect for their owners. But in general, I would have to agree with you. I would also say that, like, I had a lot of respect from the crows where I used to work. Because the crows where I used to work would, like, wait outside for me to go outside and then give them food. So I would say that how did you even just catch fire? What? I'm completely perplexed by this. How did that even happen? Probably was a bird, definitely, right? That I'm very confused by. Okay, sure, fine. That is very unfortunate that that happened that way. It was beans? Okay. Are we going to blame everything on beans going forward in this fortress? Only when it's Beans' fault? Got it. So, everything. I gather. Also, hey, Salty. And Sergeant Donut. And Montycore and KQ Bud in the YouTube chat. RX and Dumb as well. And we've got ourselves a strange mood that has begun. You're moving very slowly to go pick up items. We'll have to check in on that strange mood in a minute. I need down here to also be a hotkey. Let's do F6. I think Sergeant Donut's been dead for a minute. Yeah, no, I want to say Sergeant Donut died off map in a siege. That has been a major cause of death in this fort. But in regards to neighbors with emus, growing up, a family friend had pet emus, and they were angry creatures, is how I would describe them. And definitely do not make cool stuff. I've gotten in strange moods and then forgotten to eat and then, like, make a cool video. So I guess I've kind of done that. I call that being manic, though. Well, actually, my psychologist calls that being manic. I have a troglodyte child in a cage. I'm not medicated, but I've had what my psychiatrist describes as manic episodes, but I don't have an official diagnosis. Because in order to get an official diagnosis, you basically have to get hospitalized, which I haven't been. But I have all of the traits of BPD. My older sister does have a diagnosis, though. He's still starting on my rage. I'm still just a trog in a cage, yeah. Forgotten Beast Nithami has Kethalepsy Kamba NECA has come. A feathered scorpion. It has 3 long curving horns and it undulates rhythmically. Its buff feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison sting. I am so surprised I'm shook. Sting on a scorpion? Nah. Also, it's in the one cavern layer that can't get to us, which is nice. Which means it'll probably go die or kill another forgotten beast. Also, gut sucked the boils of ooze. That's the name. I just get possessed by unknown forces. Honestly, sure, we'll go with that. And that should be the last of it. Perfect. You know what? I could also just smooth and fortify this. But really what I want to do is just dig down another level. Also, how many dwarves do I have currently smoothing? Quite a few. You went to Steam to check out the game, but you feel $35 is too deep for a Game Boy sim? I mean, thanks for sharing a strange take. I don't know. I've got tens of thousands of hours in this game, so that's like saying that the amount of money for Civ is a bad value for a map. But, you know, for surface level dismissal, I will give you a surface level dismissal, which is... Gotta go deeper, friend. Got Elkbird bones being hauled. I mean, honestly, Game Boy was one of my favorite consoles. So, I mean, if somebody would sell me a Game Boy, like, for $35, I would take it. So... by that logic as well, I would say it's a pretty good value for money. I mean, I also have a Game Boy Advance SP, and frankly, I should take it apart and fix the shoulder buttons, because the shoulder buttons don't work. What else have you grabbed here, kiddo? Obsidian, Rambutan, Rothrer, Pigtail. Not bad. You know, I've never even seen an Anbernic product, but I've read the name many times. So, no, but I get the vibe that people like them. Did I fight in hell yet? Had to step away. Yes. Twice. We were greatly victorious. The where something has already been named. I could give you Atir, the lady doctor. I could give you Katin, the lady surgeon. I could give you Zulban or Aitan, the lady diagnosers. I don't know why they're all ladies, but they are. And then what's the other one? Surgeon, bone doctor, diagnoser. There's one more. Why am I blanking on what it is? No, I don't have a chief medical Dwarf right now, so none of this stuff's working. Just normal ass doctors. Here, we'll assign somebody. Jesus, you're now a doctor. I think Tiger's in hospital. That or has no use of his hands. He'll take a surgeon? Katin it is. Sartha is married to Lobster and has 2 children. One of them is dead. And I'm going to wait 20 seconds before reading this because you might be in an ad. I don't know. Your 3DS is from 2011, more valuable now. There, I mean, sure. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm waiting 20. Yeah, I mean, you can't hear me, but I'm waiting. I'm trying, okay? It's like when someone says, I can't hear you, and then you just respond, I know. Quit shouting. The wooden one is the 351V. Do you mean V-Bucks? Is that the currency we're using now? You're free. Congratulations on your freedom. Yeah, no, I know. I know that you were in an ad. I was talking like you could hear me, but... Poe in YouTube chat. Recently started watching Dwarf Fortress videos after watching a video on it, and I love your stuff and would watch more. Watch more whole playthroughs of it. Any recommendations? I don't know. There's all my movies. And then if you want to just watch gameplay, my VOD channel at Blind Extras. There's Krug Smash, who's great. There's Das Tactic, who's good. There's Hoodie Hair, who does really condensed short things. There's Von Galactic, who does more longer 1-hour video movie things. There's probably somebody I'm forgetting. Sartha is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, and desires little for herself in the way of possessions, is rarely jealous and rarely feels discouraged, has a noticeable lack of perseverance and likes a little excitement now and then, is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She often acts with compassion and can handle stress, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tries to do things correctly each time and isn't particularly ambitious and tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect for martial prowess. She does not often feel lustful, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to keep her things orderly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views any show of emotion as offensive, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for checking out a gift to Sartha. Welcome to the welcome to the land of the non-ads, my friend. Just Don't Die, like, hasn't made a Dwarf Fortress video in, like, over a year. So, like... I would have said just like I would have said Hazor, but Hazor also hasn't made a Dwarf Fortress video in a very long time. I'm trying to think of active people. Like, a lot of people who made videos like that have moved on to other video games at this point. Likes Daysight and Billin and Moonstone and Crystal Glass and Leech Parchment, the color dark indigo, tables and cuttlefish men for their distinctive pupils, and the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume Super Brew. Oops, and I misclicked. And Blood Amaranth, I think? And Blood Amaranth Flower, and absolutely hates leeches. Like I said, you're married to Lobster and you have 1 child. You've not killed nothing, but you are in the laborious magics. I mean, they're cuddle fishmen, more like snuggle fishmen. I'm also going to go to right here. And I'm going to make a barracks. And I'm going to get the fenced catches, I think. Training down here. Who are currently, I think, set to train up here. No, they're not. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to set them to train. So they're going to finish doing what they're doing, and then they're all going to head down here and start training down on the lower levels. Who up Dwarf and they fort? Me, I think? Or is it, or am I supposed to say this guy in YouTube chat? We're also going to go to you, squad, and go here. And also, let's swap you out for somebody else, because this dwarf is just maybe a lost cause at this point. And I'm also going to move one other person to this squad. Mayhaps this dwarf. And then all of this is going to get walls all the way down. First, I got to remove the floors, with the exception of this one. I also got to dig down right here. But first, let's just go into here and do this. And also all this. You're going to get stairs going up. So the reason I'm fortifying all this is it'll let me look behind and see what's going on behind them. Which ideally will give me an opportunity to peek behind the curtain. We're also making adamantine spears, which is why my dwarves are starting to appear with adamantine spears, like this one. We're allies, what's up? Your name's pink now, it was red before. Congratulations on the color change. I don't know why that's the first thing I noticed, but... Okay, well, here comes some water. Uh-oh, wow, a dwarf just about got pushed into hell. Oh, that would have been bad for that dwarf. Would have been a rough way to go. Did my population just go down by one? Me thinks it did. I think that's a dead dwarf. No, I don't think it's beans. Let's see a combat log. Mincott the Peasant has created Azriel Lidlar Magshun Rithar, an obsidian earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Nish. Furnace Amaze. I don't know who Nish is. I don't see any family ancestors named Nish, but somebody in your family must be named Nish. This is a very expensive obsidian earring. All craft storeship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with elk bird bone and circled with bands of pigtail and decahedra. On the item is an image of brilliant cut gem in rambutan wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in earthenware leather. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork, of course, relates to the foundation of Filthhammer by the abyssal torch and by the hammers of dance in the early spring of 1059. On the item is an image of dwarves in coffeewood. They are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Filthhammer by the abyssal torch, blah, 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 in 1059. On the item is an image of smooth pebbles in a blue diamond. I mean, just don't break the thing that you're leaning on, yeah? That seems wise. Actually, which one of these is this? This is the Lush Wisp, which is my Hunter Guild. This is my Ranger Guild. This is my Craftsdwarf Guild. Let's put it into the Craftsdwarf Guild, because that seems fitting. Oh, totally missed that. Done. I hadn't looked at the thing yet. Nights are slow. Taiga, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. It's like anything, Tygo. The more you know, the easier it gets. Like, for somebody who knows literally everything that you need to do, it's easy. It's a game that's hard to learn, right? It's like asking, is Caves of Cud hard in the early game? For me, no, not at all. If you've never played it before, yeah, very much so. So, yeah, like what Roses Are Red said. Both things can be true. That's me every single time I have to update my Linux install. Realize. Speaking of updating Linux installs, I want to read a DM I got from a friend of mine. My friend Kevin has moved over to Linux. He's now on an Ubuntu install, and I'm very proud of him. But he sent me a DM the other day. This is his second attempt. He tried about 6 months ago when he updated his computer or upgraded to like modern hardware, and gave up after about an hour. I gave up after about a day. Because he couldn't get his graphics card drivers to work. And he said this, he sent me this the other day, which is, I'm in, running Proton hotfix. He also sent me a screenshot of Hunter Call of the Wild. And then says, getting things to work on Linux feels like I'm learning magic, and I must consult the wizards on the internet for their occult knowledge. I say the incantation even if I don't know what it means, and then it works. This is magic. From YouTube chat, when you first start playing Caves of Cud, you start in class. Did I start in classic mode or roleplay mode? When I first started playing Caves of Cud, it just had classic. It had the old UI, no animations. When I first started playing Caves of Cud, it was like a month after it launched in early access. It had no animations whatsoever. It had no like modern assistance whatsoever. It only had classic mode. You could save scum, but I didn't do that. I learned to play Caves of Cud by hitting random on the character generator and then just dying repeatedly for about 40 hours. And then eventually I got good enough to get to like level 6. His fourth finger on his hand is broken. Needs immobilization. So am I just out of... Actually, no, that would be break. Immobilize break is the name of that job. Okay. Do I don't seem to have any splints. I don't have splints. Also, I'm aware that there is adamantine wafers. That should not be that number. I'm aware that there's adamantine strands in here, so I should probably deconstruct these. Only if I happen to have gypsum, and I almost never find gypsum, and on the rare occasion where I find gypsum, I forget that you can make plaster out of gypsum. So sometimes, I guess is the answer to that, but not usually. I don't know, do you bother for plaster for casts? Like, it's not that I don't, like, I've got nothing against plaster for casts. Like, it is the equivalent of splints. Like, they are identical to splints. Nobody, thanks for the $1. Apparently nobody has tipped $1. I would like to just say, citation needed, that is incorrect. Many people have tipped $1. But thank you for tipping $1, nobody. Yeah, I mean, like, it usually if it ends up in my hospitals, it's from people who sold it to me. Yeah, that's the other thing, is usually I don't have the bag supply for it. Random person, thanks for the $50. That escalated very quickly. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the $50? YouTube chat's saying they're getting it from traders, and Brian says they make it for serious injuries like maiming. I mean, like, if you actually look at the raws, the effectiveness of casts and splints are identical, and a splint is a cast. And a cast is a splint. So, it's like situational, I guess, on what you have access to, whether it's stuff to make casts or stuff to make splints. Okay, this I need to dig through, so I'm actually just going to smooth this down here. There's a book there. I definitely lost at least 2 dwarves because a lot of lava appeared out of nowhere. Also, the demons have scattered. That's intriguing. Wonder what caused that. One of my farmers has given birth to a baby girl. You have 1 million bags and no clothes? Ah, I see you've got your priorities bagged and... I don't know where I'm going with this analogy. Neezer the Gorlak has been missing for a week. I'm very sorry, Neezer the Gorlak. Vutok, the miner, has been missing for a week. I think that's all of them. Whew. Game's frame rate suddenly went down to 4? Interesting. Let's test something. Nope. Something stuck? Most definitely. Also, the frame rate's back now. So I'm not entirely sure what that was. Oh, it may have been the were creature. There's nothing wrong with the wall of text. You notice your most recent attempt in Dwarf Fortress that your military dwarves are almost always the most stressed ones in your fort, which is a recipe for disaster. They will go in tantrums and just kill people. Do you have any tips on keeping them from getting stressed and haggard? Don't put easily stressed dwarves in the military. And I know that seems like a fix the problem before it starts, but that's kind of the actual reality. You have to prioritize dwarves for the military that will do well in the military. And if you don't prioritize dwarves for the military that will do well in the military, you'll end up with a very stressed military. You need your militia dwarves to be dwarves that are not easily stressed by the horrors of battle, basically. So usually what I do is I look for dwarves that are not easily stressed by scary happenings. I look for dwarves that are enjoy mastering a skill, because if they enjoy mastering a skill, then they're less likely to, freak out after just sitting there and training for months and weeks and years on end. You've got to go through their, if you want your military to not be stressed, you kind of have to go through their descriptions and find militaries that are not easily going to be stressed by such things, which is a lot for some people, and I know a lot of people just completely forgo that mechanic and say, nah, whatever. I find it to be kind of meditative to just go through all the dwarves and figure out who's good at what. But it's not for everybody, that's for sure. This is going to be kind of annoying to deal with. But it's okay, I can actually, now that I just look at it, I'm just gonna put a brick right here. I mean, this fort is not running the way I would recommend that you run a fort. For whatever that's worth. This fort is, every single thing, if it breathes, it's in a squad. With the exception of the dwarves that literally can't walk or are critical for fortress function. So that's kind of how I'm running this fort, but that's just a one-off theme, which is also why we're kind of teetering in some ways. I've also had to expel dwarves a couple of times, which, not great for the fort as a whole, but Step 1 Dwarf Fort Battle Royale. I mean, that's just arena mode, isn't it? Another thing is, if you have squads of very, very haggard dwarves, send them to take over a very weak site. So find an enemy site with, if you're actively invading things anyway, find an enemy site with, 10 people in it, and then just tell them to go conquer and occupy it. Put all the most stressed military dwarves who are trained into that squad and just tell them to go conquer it and occupy it. Got 51 hours in Dwarf Fort, and you're checking out Caves of Cud right now? Also, you finished the early game learning process for Dwarf Fort. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a curved dark metal sword. Man, I wish that had a sprite. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. How many wafers were we up to? 24 wafers! What do you got? Let's say... Let's do let's just do more adamantine short swords. Let's do 10 of those. And I think I'll do more breastplates, but this just takes so much material. Let's also tell all these dwarves to go grab more bolts. Still short on a few. Some of them need to grab these. Vicod, you're like in the wrong squad here, my dude. You're running around with a spear and you're in the Marksdwarf squad. What are you even doing, dwarf? Could probably dig through this without any threat to me, but I don't know for certain. Using the Twitch app on your phone while cooking, and God, it's not a good app. You know, it's funny. Like I was using it because like it gets a lot of criticism, rightfully so. I think it's got a lot of problems, but I was messing with it recently just out of bloody curiosity, morbid curiosity even, and I noticed something that I think is kind of interesting. I think the process of actually navigating to a stream you want to watch, fucking god-awful. I think actually watching streams on it, once you're in the stream viewing screen, I kind of like it. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. I like the chat overlay that they have in the app these days. I think it's quite nice. But everything else about it, yeah, I know, I agree. Everything else about it's pretty bad. But like the actual like stream viewing process on the Twitch app, I actually think is okay these days. Like not amazing by any stretch, but usable. You know, it's okay. So I still need to satisfy my Baron. My Baron's hall is up here, so this is the dining hall and this is the office. I need a bedroom for my Baron, and I need a tomb for my Baron. So I'm thinking bedroom, go right here for the Baron. Yeah, but then there's also the part that you need to remember about me, Zalvi, which is if I'm typing on my phone, it's not out of date for me. Like the chat overlay, not even remotely out of date for me. Maybe that's like an internet connection thing. But if I'm watching on my phone, I'm not typing in chat. I'm lurking. But that seems like a data issue because I've never noticed it having much of a delay. No more than normal chat. Apparently that's going away, Shadow. Supposedly, at least on Apple devices, because Epic Games won their lawsuit against Apple. Like, Patreon has already reverted all that stuff. So I'm wondering if that's going to stop being a thing. Remote viewing, thanks for the Prime. But yeah, no, Zalvi, that's not the case for me at all. 10 minutes is a massive exaggeration. At least in my experience. In my experience, it's exactly the same as watching on a computer. Because I was watching a stream this past weekend on my phone and reading chat, and then went and sat down, and there wasn't a delay. So I wonder if that's like a phone-specific issue. While you listen on your wireless headphones from the computer? Neat. And I gather it was a bad experience. May you have a dwarf if you redeem one. You have to get the name something redemption from the redemption options. I will say that, like, chat was asking earlier if I'm tired of anything. I'm tired of everybody just hating every platform. Like, I have problems with YouTube and I have problems with Twitch, but I don't need to know your problems with YouTube and Twitch because it doesn't make my experience any less annoying. NME is giving you a dwarf, though. Remote viewing. What would you like? What kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like a male dwarf or a female dwarf for remote viewing? If you spend money in the Play Store, you get play points, which you can redeem those points for money in the Play Store and then use that to buy subs on mobile. I had no idea they had a rewards program like that because I cannot remember the last time I spent money in the Play Store. Actually, that's not true. My weather app was a $1 like permanent lifetime thing to get no ads on the app. So I'm like, it's fine. Female named Remote. You're currently recovering wounded and remote. You're a militia commander, and you are... Oh shit, we caught a helmet snake. Hold on. Look at that. I can train a helmet snake. Cool. Remote is impervious to the effects of stress. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and accepts favors without feeling a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She has a very calm demeanor and she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Prefers to be alone and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She has an active imagination and is passive in discussion, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and can sometimes act without deliberation, and is quite polite, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally views decorum as a high ideal, is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, finds romance distasteful, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and does not care about fairness. Likes realgar and copper and pineapple opal, as well as apple wood, clear glass, amber, and beige, and the words of the beige of lace, and when possible prefers to consume kakapo, guppy, and turnip wine, and absolutely hates spark scorpions. And is married to Rydern, who either doesn't live here or is dead. Although you were... Okay, so you were in my previous fortress. So it's likely Rydern just doesn't live here. Yeah, it's likely Rydern never moved here. You know, I was... there's a take that's been going around recently, which I think is kind of interesting, which is Twitch banned all crypto gambling from the platform, yet crypto gambling is one of the few things that still pays good ad revenue. So one of the reasons that allegedly ads probably suck on Twitch right now is because they banned crypto gambling from the platform, which I do think is the right call, but I think that's kind of fascinating. Yeah, I don't know. I pay for Twitch Turbo because I'm a sellout. Ciao. The YouTube app is great. It's a shame you need to pay a lot. I don't think YouTube TV is that expensive, or not YouTube TV. I don't think YouTube... I still want to call it YouTube Red. I'm old. YouTube Premium isn't that expensive, though, in regards to streaming apps, but... I just wish YouTube was, like, better about vetting their ads. At the very least, Twitch doesn't advertise direct scams. At least, not that I've seen. A child has been found dead. Did you do that? I see. The broker killed this jabberer. The jabberer that killed the child. Tisk tisk. There's also a dead giant bat over there. I should still have tombs. Should. Yes. Also gonna smooth and fortify this. Kind of sad that the demons all decided to move on from down here and finally path away. You know, actually, the reason they all pathed away. So when you have hell exposed like this, forgotten beasts can appear down here. It is possible that a forgotten beast appeared down here, which distracted them all. It's possible that that's what happened. Which, if that's in fact what happened, that's really funny. Mention the FBI by name. Frank Bobby. I'm trying to think of a last name that starts with I. Shit. I can't. Ivanhoe. Can you conquer there in this version? So this version is a funny thing to say. Hell is just like any other layer. It's just like the caverns. It's just like the surface. Except instead of having the normal cavern critters or surface creatures, it has demons, which are obviously a much bigger material threat than your normal critters. So if you are capable of combating that level of threat, absolutely. Yeah, you can go down in there. You can't conquer it unless you literally deplete all of the populations of whatever demons are down there. Like right now there's about 100 or so demons on that layer, which are all basically forgotten beasts. So absolutely you can go down there. It's like, yeah, I think Roses satisfied that statement very, very easily. Sounds like a fun challenge. I mean, it's a lot of RNG, because it highly depends on what creatures you get. Like, I always like to remind people that I once got a hell spawn that was full of butterflies made of metal. I can't remember what it was. I want to say it was steel, but it might have also been iron. It was a pretty standard, very hard to break metal, and they shot fire. And combine that with deadly dust, and was like, well, this is fucked. A tiny force of darkness has arrived. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Well, line up and shoot him is what we're gonna do. And also, while they're all down there, I'm gonna go down here and claim that because somebody was throwing stuff. We are obviously getting plenty of tantrums in this fort. Jeez, wrong tool. There's also a elven diplomat here. Got the first few kidnappers who don't live very long. Thanks for the free bag delivery. Here comes a Mark Scob who dies again very quickly because I've just got this humongous army. I don't even know how many of them get the opportunity to do things, but like this dwarf fired a copper bolt which struck the goblin in the upper arm, which chipped their shoulder's bone through their leather armor. And on the upper level, we've got another goblin, such as this one, who's moving down into the fortress, wondering where their friends went. As they move past the bits and pieces of armor scattered about the ground, they move down the ramp and immediately become a pincushion. It's a very defendable location, shall we say. Especially because the goblins tend to get a little bit split up. And then take a... Uh-oh. Kiddo, you may want to... Why? What? What? Why? Why? Why that way? Sure. Just gotta send the squatties out here. And the problem is solved. And we got some elven diplomacy to do, and they say, we have disrespected the trees in this area, this is what I come expected, blah, 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 blah. This isn't the first time they've said that to me, although this might be a different faction, I'm not sure. And Lobster's taking a nappy boo. Okay, so you right here. Let's mine through this and that. And these. Not sure why these haven't been built yet. Probably also just have too many tasks going on. Yeah, very much so, actually. Very much so. Duh. A force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parley. Well, this one gonna be a wee bit bigger. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go to work orders real quick. How many coffins am I making? Too many. What does a self-examination need mean? You have to look them up on the wiki. A lot of the more esoteric ones I don't know off the top of my head. I would just look it up on the wiki if I saw that and be like, what? It's like, it might be one of those ones like Uphold Tradition where it's like, it depends on the dwarf. That's not too big of an army. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. This is a large, slick metal right glove. Ooh. And that's lava. Run away, Shem. I'm wondering if somebody can actually wear those. Kind of looks like it. This is with the poisons of winter. And only just found, you recently got into Dwarf, I'm reading YouTube chat, only got into, would you generally recommend having your colony down deep? I recommend building exactly the way you want to build. I don't build the same way twice and don't recommend you build in any particular way. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, meaning it's benefited with variety of gameplay. I don't personally feel that Dwarf Fortress has a meta. I think there's a lot of things that apply to a lot of video games that really don't and or I guess shouldn't apply to Dwarf Fortress. Because the way Dwarf Fortress is built, you can kind of play it any way you want. Sometimes I'm super deep, sometimes I don't even dig below the dirt. Just play the way you want to play. Although, if you are brand new to the game, I would recommend digging at least until you hit, like, rock. Dig until you hit rock for your first few forts, because you're less likely to flood your fort that way. Not sure why these are not getting built. You know, oh, I see why stuff's not getting built. It's because of this. I think what I might do is just do a big pause. Everything that isn't adamantine related or drinks related is going to get paused. And slaughtering. We'll let them finish that because that's just a one-time task. We'll let them make steel bolts. We'll pause all the clothing. Pause the thread. Let them make these. Let them do that. I think I'll let them keep cutting gems because these can get canceled. Let's let them finish this. I don't even know where they're building a track. Oh, that's where they're building a track stop, right? I wouldn't pump water directly into a mist generator. I would use a bucket because you'll just flood the mist generator. This song is in fact from the Adventure Mode OST, yes. For some reason, my game only plays the Adventure Mode soundtrack, and I don't actually know why. Like, I should probably ask the devs about that. It's a little odd. The Forgotten Beast Rodri Anulara has come, an enormous skinless theropod. It has mandibles and it belches and croaks. Beware its deadly dust. Okay, this is in a layer where it can get to me. And I know what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to lock this door. And this door. And then I'm actually going to do this. I haven't turned this on in a while, but I'm going to turn that on. And the reason I'm going to do that is because now that beast can go and fight the people on the surface. Well, it's because we have all three cavern layers open, right? So, turns out there's a lot of forgotten beasts in most of my worlds. That's the fourth attack in the past hour. Get to endgame and you'll have the same situation. Assuming you're in a high savagery world. On average, we get about 2 attacks per season. Make that 3. 4, actually. The Forgotten Beast, Gined, has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of snow. Aww. It has squat and 10 and it squirms and fidgets. Where is it? Okay, well, this one can just go die. YouTube chat is confused as to how we get this many Forgotten Beasts. A snowman? More like a dead man. Eh? Apparently one of my dwarves was found dead. Welp. I really hope I get a migrant wave this year. I think I traded last season, but... All right, Beastie, go have fun. Oh, actually, should probably close that. Why is there just a bunch of tame ducks right here? Okay. Uh-oh. Lobster? What are you doing? Not dying, I hope. Did... Okay, well, lever's been pulled, so that should close. What are you chasing? I don't even know. Ah, it's another one of my militia dwarves. Well, Nish the militia deadman. Please just go get distracted by... Actually, I'm just gonna go back down to here and open these doors up so that dwarf could just take the back door in. This blocks pathing, even though a lot of things can destroy the doors. Okay, so you're just shooting bolts. I'm probably going to die because of this lobster. I respect the effort, though. I mean, you do have steel bolts. But now you're dead, so... Congrats. I'm going to tell him to chop down that tree and get that body down after the fact. It's winded, cannot breathe, and is bleeding to death. Did lobster actually hit you? Yeah, he did. And now you are heading directly back into the fort. Well, that's suboptimal. I want you to go fight the goblins, beast. I know that you're just going to go die to the beast, to the goblins, but, never mind. Lobster, you get a statue. Turns out too many things have the word lobster in their name. There you go. Toulon. How did the beast die? It bled to death. Also, holy shit, that is a lot of troglodytes. Well, I guess we best fight the goblins, right? I guess we best fight the goblins. Hey, dwarves, you ready to fight the goblins? Let's fight the goblins. So the way we're going to fight the goblins is I'm going to go... You're Mark's dwarves, right? Yes. Mark's dwarves, Mark's dwarves... Mark's dwarves. Which means the dwarves should all come running down here pretty quickly. Or up here in some cases. And they should all go line up right here, where we have a pile of extra bolts. And I'm going to deny the goblin's request for comment. I don't have any bauxite. If you're going to complain about me giving them a steel statue, I can't help you. One of these dwarves, yeah, it's you, is running around with a fungi-wood crossbow, looks like. And you've got... Someone's got a god metal crossbow. Which one is it? One of them has it. There's also just a bar of soap. This dwarf was having a shower when they got called down for duty. Nish, the hammer dwarf, was found dead. Ah, well, oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. Sucks to be you, Gob. I did say if any of the dwarves decide to go charging in by themselves, that's on them, so... Thankfully, though, Nish decided to die on the surface, which is very convenient for me. The goblins also appear to have gotten into a fight with an elephant. And also appear to be turning around, and I'm not sure why. The way into the fort's the other way, goblins. This isn't open, no. No, there's no way in through here. Like, that doesn't go into the fort. So I'm not sure. Oh, they were fighting with that elephant. Oh, actually, it's an agitated elephant. We also caught another Gorlak. Because of course we did. Dwarf Fortress is very contortable, so if you have a low-end PC, you could absolutely set it up to run on just about any system. I know people who run this game on Pentium 2s, so it's all about how you set it up. You're dead, Neezer. You died in a lava flow, from what I could tell. I have a tombstone of you to prove it. Yeah, no, like in the last 20 minutes. Manix Catcoot. What are your options? Dwarves, mostly. Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? Those are the options I can give you. Or any nameable inanimate object. So any constructed furniture. Everybody in this fort is in a squad. So let's go with this one. Manix Marksdwarf Skullroad. Okay, so you win the first award of Best Last Name I've Seen So Far Today award. Zutton's Skullroad is impervious to the effects of stress, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is not the type to fall in love or even, he's not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings, almost never feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and is sometimes cool. Cruel. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to think before acting. He tends to present himself modestly and is very humble. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He enjoys the company of others and is occasionally can overindulge. He acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Enter Skull Road. Mm-hmm. Also, I guess that's what you were talking about, right? That I needed to open those up. So I super thought that I had, but I guess I didn't. It's always bring your kid to work, Dwarf. Always. Some ads are about to run, but I will pause the game during the ad break. I also have a very brave recruit who's very, very haggard and is about to run in and die. Oh well. Oh well. There goes some troglodytes. A whole family of them, in fact. And, Dodoc. Who's now Dead Doc. So, hold on. Guys, you're supposed to be in a burrow. What are you storing in a stockpile? Let me just check. because it's clearly something. Okay, that should be fine. Wish I could pause store items in stockpiles. It's interesting. I can cancel the store item in stockpile jobs, but I can't cancel the store item in bin jobs. No, they can't cut trees because they're children. You know, if you realize that your fortress has misaligned bedrooms, don't ever look at the symmetry of your face. Can't you restrict hauling jobs? Well, I mean, I can't take kids off of doing chores, but I can't stop the labor that's already like been kicked in. Like if a job has started, I can't stop them now from doing it. Although if they cancel the jobs and run away, then, well, rip. If they cancel the jobs and run away, then that's one thing, but... Elfie Bean, please run away. There you go. First few goblins are just going to get caught in cages. What a place to play make-believe. Run! Elfie! Run! Run away! This is in the burrow, so they are allowed to go here. But as soon as they walk over here, Mark's dwarves are going to start shooting bolts, which they are now. So these goblins are going to start getting rained on by bolts. It seems that we've got our first... Spear dwarf is found dead. Huh? Oh, did somebody tantrum? No? I'm not actually sure what killed that dwarf, but something did. Clearly the goblins have a death note. Ah. No, someone just tantrumed. It's definitely what just happened. Let's just try and get this fight over as quickly as possible. As you can tell, this is a very happy, like, cohesive fortress, where everybody is in a very good mood and everything is fine. Goblins are getting puckered full of holes. The dwarves come around the corner. Let's follow Sumo, one of my better militia commanders, who is wielding an adamantine spear, as well as what looks like an iron cap. Is dodging from goblin to goblin. Pretty skilled. In a pretty skilled fashion. Is the Simple Fells, has acquired a title. Is moving through the goblin hordes, like, with absolute ease, I would say. Another recruit was found dead, but such is the way. And the goblin siege has fallen pretty swiftly. There's still some more goblins in the hallways, so I'm going to send the dwarves forward. And I'm not entirely sure what's killing my dwarves right now, but we just lost quite a few. It may be dwarves fighting amongst themselves. It may have also just been normal combat. It is kind of hard to tell, actually. Yeah, it looks like that was just normal combat. Tis a shame. But such is the way of having a full everybody in a squad fort. you will have some unfortunate losses. The good news is there's now a lot more gear to go around. And I'm going to grab this top squad and actually swap them to Metal Gear No Cloth. Because they can fully equip everything and no longer need clothing. I'm sorry, Ceratops Demon Soap? That's great. A+. Iron, no, you passed. I'm not sure what fight you passed in, but we've lost a lot of good dwarves recently. I mean, just look at the moods. As you can tell, they're very stable. I think actually what I need to do is I need to tell all of the dwarves to go and just, like, work out right here for a bit. Like, make this into its own barracks right in the middle here. And just, like, get everybody training right there. Because we just need to stand in the middle of the mist generator for a wee bit. But we also have a lot of wounds to deal with. New soap from the Old Spice? Oh yeah, clean as hell. Damn right. Damn right. I mean, what I should actually do is just give these dwarves bedrooms. Like, just give everybody bedrooms. Like, just make 100 bedrooms. That would honestly solve most of my mood problems right now. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to pause a whole bunch of jobs here. Pause 2 of the brewing tasks. Got a lot of cage traps that need to be dealt with. Pause all those, leave the steel bolts running. Pause those. Pause these. Pause some of those. Pause one of those. And just slowly get these dwarves standing near this waterfall. See if we can recover moods a wee bit. Some of them have earned bedrooms, but I'll be honest, I just haven't been managing it. Because there are several built bedrooms down here for dwarves that have earned them, but like, I'm also being reminded that dwarves that die have to manually be reassigned bedrooms right now, which is maybe my least favorite bug in recent memory. I really kind of hate it, actually. Why are you underwater? Okay. Sure. Blub? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, man. Natural selection? I mean, I don't know if I go that far. Let's just go tasks real quick. I need to check doctoring. Just make sure doctoring stuff is getting done. There we go. Diagnose patient, dress wound. Baroness is busy. Very busy. Should also just plop some more beds down in here. Is it just one of those ones that's like a third of the screen? Maddox Catcoot? Another way to like get away from building everything super symmetrically that I find is just only build in old ore veins. That's actually a pretty efficient way of doing things. It's not where I wanted to put that. That's where I wanted to put that. That's where I wanted to put that. 2 of those. And 2 of these. And this can be a bedroom for my Baron. You don't need a mod like Skyblock. You could just fuck with world gen so that you get Skyblocks and then turn off cave-ins is what you would need to do for that. I know for a fact there are tutorials on how to do that. They might just be of the older versions now, but they do still work because world gen hasn't changed. Like if you just want to play on an island in the sky, you could absolutely do that. I'm happy to help. Priest Beast. It's okay. We don't really have chat rules. Just don't be a douche, and you'll probably be fine. But yeah, truthfully, we don't really have chat rules. Just don't be a dick. Cheers, dude. Glad the tutorials have been helpful. Yeller the child's been missing for a week. I wonder if I even have anybody who can do that right now. I do! Huzzah! Turns out this is improving moods pretty quickly. Well, then please do everybody a favor and time yourself out. Shout out, because I'm too lazy. You clicked on Twitch on a rim and recognized the name. Also, after watching all of the tutorials, the only thing that you're fighting now is you can't get above 6 to 10 FPS when you hit 200 dwarves. Now, what's the cause of the low FPS? Is it just a gradual thing, or does it happen suddenly? Because if it's a gradual thing, then it's likely that it's completely avoidable and reversible. If it happens instantly and suddenly, then it's likely something is stuck somewhere and it can be fixed. Also, chat room, very good news. I've caught another jabberer. And this one's a female. I've also got a dwarf starting a fist fight. Got a bunch of dwarves who've been tantruming, so I'm just going to arrest them all. 55 witnesses. Oh my lord. That must have been the one that tantrumed, like, in the middle of waiting for the enemy. Troglodyte is fighting with my wrestlers. And a Marksdorf is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, I'm going to need to cross my fingers and hope that we get another migrant wave. We're really in the need of that. Otherwise, we're like kind of in trouble. Actually, just get rid of these 2 squads and move dwarves. That tantruming Marksdorf beat up a cat and was witnessed committing a crime. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Holla, Dorfia! 2. Please be more than 2. 3. Yay! 4. Woo! 6. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Something. Also, Bonesaw, hello. Have I honked eternally? Wait, what? And livestock might be a bit too much. You're using default auto butcher settings. I mean, I wouldn't use any DF hack settings if you are having problems with frame rate. Or whatever non-lag layers are. Yeah, I don't use any of that. You don't need it. The fort's at 3-4 FPS because of over 400 burns and 350 non-burns. Yeah, that would do it. You should you should probably kill the things that are on your map. What's up, Creed? How's things? Store-owned item probably wouldn't do much, although you could forbid the item they're trying to store. If you could also find their bedroom, if you forbid, or if you remove them from a bedroom or alternatively forbid their cabinet, would probably also fix that. But if it's gradual, then yeah, that's like Dwarf Fortress has a lot of similarities to other simulation games. Like City Skylines is always one I like to pull as an example. I've never played the sequel, so I'm only referring to the first one here, but it's not the worst example because City Skylines, you know, if you play a game long enough, eventually it'll just run badly. I think that a lot of simulation-heavy games like this kind of just will eventually end up that way, regardless of, you know, how well you play the game or how poorly you play the game. Yeah, no, like that's why I said you forbid them. You forbid the items, but I mean, if you think that might be a problem, I wouldn't consider that likely that it's I don't think it's likely that that is a problem for your frame rate. I would tell your dwarves to just, or I would just expel those dwarves. Those problem dwarves who are like, if you are concerned with them potentially causing issues, I would just expel them. After some mods are what makes City Skylines 2 run like shit. Well, sorry, City Skylines 1 run like shit, but I'm sure City Skylines 2 is a good game, but I don't feel like supporting Paradox's bad habits. Like, I'm sure it's totally fine, but I have no interest in supporting that. Well, moods are a lot better now that I've just told all the dwarves to stand in the shower for a bit, so I guess that's good. Thanks for answering these questions I haven't even seen either. Curious to hear your opinion on this. You don't see DF players use patrols or routes that often. The maps aren't generally varied enough that you need to. The only time I really use them is on Untamed Wilds maps, if I'm getting attacked by things in the Untamed Wilds, and I'm usually not, so. I don't know what they're going to do with the Siege update, really. I mean, we don't have rock-solid statements on exactly what's getting changed. We just have vague suggestions on what could get changed, which is cool, but vague suggestions do not equal, like, changes, if that makes any sense. So we don't know exactly what's coming, so I don't have an opinion on things that we don't really know. Like if I knew specifically what was being changed, then sure. It is potentially possible that I could have a opinion for you, but I don't have any opinions because we don't know. It's just speculation, and speculation isn't that useful here. I'll have an opinion the week after that stuff is released. Before then, I'm not going to have an opinion for you. But I use patrols against agitated wildlife. I'm just usually pretty careful and don't let the agitated wildlife really become a problem. Let's just let you smooth all this, give you something to do. I'm also still in this. Let's turn this off. Honestly, I've found it. Instead of having patrols set up, I prefer to just have a few odd dwarves just doing military tasks. I'm just gonna take some of these squads off duty for right now. Just some of them. Actually, maybe just the bottom ones, like these three. Apparently we had an agitated chameleon man. This is lovely. So give me a quick one-sentence recap, Neezer. What's the problem that Little Blast is having? Yeah, no, I do that too, Gold Shark. No more caravans? Like they're not trading? Is there a merchant stuck on your map? Deconstruct and reconstruct the trade depot. Child is withdrawn from society. I would too, honestly, if you looked at this place. I don't think I have a single Gelder. I have one. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to name it Green-Eyed Otter. There you go. Searinks never becomes angry, rarely feels strong cravings or urges, almost never feels discouraged, is quite ambitious, and tries to do things correctly each time. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. You know what I think is really funny? Chat gets very fake funny offended whenever I state that I'm going to geld animals, yet everybody wants to be a gelder. What is wrong with you guys? Anyway, he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to make a small mess with his own possession, and he likes to take it easy. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He's a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and sometimes can act without deliberation. His hands move frantically when he's trying to remember something, and he commonly winks as a form of greeting. He talks to inanimate objects when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about much anymore. I want to do the cushy jobs. It's an odd definition of cushy, but okay. I'm also going to make just a new burrow, which is just going to be fort only. Which just means here down. Even though most of the dwarves would ignore it because they're all in the military. I'm going to do that anyway. I don't know, you'd have to read the wiki to find out that information. I personally could care less around Shadow. The question is, how many limbs and, like, appendages will you lose before you become legendary? I've, with my own eyes, witnessed dwarves lose eyeballs and, among other important things, due to having that particular profession. I know exactly what you meant. And I answered it exactly how you meant it. I'd say check the wiki, because I don't know. And I frankly don't care. I'm also, not gonna lie, kind of tired about talking about gelders. I think chat knows that, which is why they always want to be gelders. If I could meld the gelder job into just farmer, I would. Like, if Tarn could make one change to the game, that'd be great.
Over here, he has a sword!
One, because then it would happen more efficiently. And two, because then people would just stop fucking asking to be gelders. But instead, we got rid of alchemists. What a shame. And architects, actually. Remember when architecture was a job? I mean, that's kind of just animal trainer, isn't it? Animal handling? Sapphires. Hmm. Yeah, but dwarven architects are gone. Used to need to assign an architect to make drawbridges. Used to be one of the first tasks I would assign was an architect. I hope this dwarf can get out of here before this fills up with water. Yep, you can. Now I need a dwarf to come here and pump. Just make gelding a type of surgery. Pretty sure it's already, it already uses the, what's it called? Not surgery. Combat code. Okay, so water come down here. And we begin flooding hell. I am using DF hack. But why don't I use DF hack on stream? Because I never learned Dwarf Fortress with DF hack. In fact, DF Hack, I think, made it take longer for me to learn Dwarf Fortress. I learned Dwarf Fortress back in the ASCII days, and you're in an ad now and can't hear me. Unfortunately, there are several cats in this fort. Damn it. I was really hoping I would have a breeding pair of helmet snakes. I've actually got 3 jabbers. Oh no, I don't need to chain you to chop you up. You are going to stay where you are. All right, so you, where is it? There it is. This is my prison over here, so I'm just going to expand this. But over here, I'm going to plop some nest boxes, assuming they're done. Nice. I mean, I don't dislike cats. The issue that I have with cats in Dwarf Fortress is they make a lot of extra work for my vermin haulers. And they have this habit of claiming dwarves as pets, because I try to not allow dwarves to claim pets because then the pets become a liability. But if dwarves claim cats as pets, then the cats basically become... What's the word? They more or less become unbutcherable, and I like animals in my forts to be butcherable, if need. So I'm not really fond of that. Man, so much work. That looks like a dwarf. You haven't died, Manixcoot. I would have stated out loud if you died. So yes, you are still alive. You were only named a little while ago. And yes, some dwarves died, but they were all not named. Yeah, during big fights, if a named dwarf dies, I will state that so-and-so has died. They can't be butchered. They also can't be chained, they can't be caged, and they thus can't be sold. Trained pets. The only thing you can do with them is throw them into a hole with lava in it. Basically, named pets are a liability because they can go berserk when their owner dies. And they're also a liability because you have less control over them. And I don't mind it if I have full control over it, but the second the game removes control from me without my will, I kind of... Basically, I permit cats in my fort, but only if they're already somebody's pet. I don't willingly bring them in or import them ever. The Dwarven Child has created Lytes Duroth, a fellite amulet, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. Also, a lot of my hatred, if you want to call it that, for cats in Dwarf Fortress is kind of just me joking around and memeing. I'm not too literal about it. A phalite amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular and adamantine cabochons and decorated with grizzly bear leather and encircled with bands of round phalite cabochons and elk bird bone, emerald cut sapphires, and pigtail and oval yellow diamond cabochons. Pigtail and yellow diamond cabochons. On the item, this object menaces with spikes of red diamond. On the item is an image of dwarves in adamantine. The dwarves are contemplating. The artwork relates to the ceremony held by the Hammers of Dance in Ring Glazed as part of the Just Festival in the early autumn of 241 during the 10th opening ceremony of the Just Festival. It's just a festival. Might try to make a fort with a crazy cat lady ruler. I once had jokes aside about cats. I once had a dwarf who claimed was claimed by every cat the second a cat saw him. And they had about 20 breeding pairs of cats, so about 40 pet cats and about 100 some odd kittens following them around. And when they drowned, because that dwarf drowned, they actually drowned because he tripped over the cats. There was a combat log and everything. Fell into the water and drowned. The cats just hung around near the edge of the water until eventually a flood happened, and then most of the cats drowned in the water. It was kind of grim, but, you know. They're quite the tripping hazard. So I think I'm actually going to go to my Baron and give you that. That item that was just made. It's going to be assigned to my Baron. And this is just going to take forever. I should make another mist generator right there is what I should do. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with cats. I like cats a lot in real life. But mechanically in Dwarf Fortress, they do kind of irritate me sometimes. Okay, so I'm going to go up to you and pause you. And then go down to here, and we're going to start pumping this. Although this one I actually need to be a little bit cautious with. Because it could also just seal this up, which isn't actually a bad thing. How did the Beast Fort come to an end? I got bored and so did chat. People stopped tuning in, and I tried to keep it going for a couple weeks, and I'll be honest, I kind of gave up on it. Oh, also, Green-Eyed Otter. Green-Eyed Donk is still alive. That donkey. Somehow, against all odds, survived the fire-breathing Forgotten Beast already. It kind of is, Gumbo. Although that's not the funniest cat-related death I saw, Gumbo. I had a fortress once that had it's like a 30-level high cavern layer and a very, very unsafe staircase going down through the cavern layer. And there was no safety on the edges, right? And if you look at dwarves' descriptions, they can interact with a pet, which basically means like they petted the cat or they petted the dog or whatever. Feels fun after interacting with a pet. I had a cat that jumped off of that ladder and onto the top of a mushroom, right? On the edge of a cliff, about 20 Z levels above the ground. And that cat's owner jumped from the stairwell to the top of that mushroom, felt fond interacting with a pet. The cat jumped back to the stairwell and ran up the stairwell. And the dwarf went to jump back to the stairwell and fell straight down and went splat. It's one of the hardest laughs I've ever had while I was playing this video game. Kitty 1, Dwarf 0. I mean, yeah, Dwarf got what was coming to him. So, I'm going to be exceptionally fucking ballsy. I'm going to put a floor grate right here. And I'm going to channel into hell. Because the demons have mostly lost interest in down here. Actually, why don't I do it this way? Although they're probably using iron if I do it that way, so... Flood hell with cats. No. I would have to breed cats for that. You actually kind of can't flood hell with anything. I do plan to flood hell with dwarves, though. We've got kobolds who are leaving, as they bloody well should. Can't believe I managed to not permit anyone in this area. Okay, so in order to do that, you would have to get a demon in your fort. In order to get a demon in your fort, you would have to, you would have to convince a demon to join you somehow in adventure mode, which could be done in theory. And then once you convince a demon to join you in adventure mode, you would then need to, bring that demon into a fort and retire them there. It'd probably be easier to do that with angels than demons, because you can play as angels. I don't think you can play as demons, but you'd have to basically get a demon friend and then bring them to a fort and retire them there. But you could do, and then if the demon liked cats, then the cat could adopt the demon. I think I could tell you my most memorable siege, which ended with a lot of dwarf deaths. Man, cat coot. I had a siege where there's a hole into hell right now, by the way. We're playing with hellfire, if you will. I had a... Are you trying to go for this one? Is that the problem? Definitely likely. I had a siege which was elves that had been inhabited by goblins. And while they did inhabit the fortress, the goblins, the other thing that they did at that exact moment, I think we just had a tantrum which killed a dwarf, it looks like. Oh, never mind. I've got a giant lizard who is attacking the fort. Where is this giant lizard? There's also a giant cave spider. I guess the lizard's dead, but... Where's this cave spider? Ooga. Leech gem. Who'd you kill? Burr! Oh, well, rip Burr. Anyway, I had an elven civ that was attacking that had been taken over by goblins, and that elven civ, their main form of defense was giant ravens that were undead. So I got attacked by giant undead ravens, which was fucking terrifying because my fortress had a volcano next to it, and I'd burrowed down near the volcano and had like open lava pits. This was before premium, by the way. This was like in version 47 point something. I think 47.01. This is before 47.04. We've got traders, which is good, but first I got to deal with this. And they dive bombed through the... We got it. They dive bombed through the volcano and directly into my fortress through the volcano. It was one of the most horrifying things I think I've ever witnessed, and I'm still scared. Okay, where the fuck is this giant lizard? Oh, okay, so they did already kill the giant lizard. And Burr was missing for a week. Well, giant spider found him. So that's probably my favorite dwarf death in general. I'm gonna get all of this trading stuff going. And I think I may actually seal off 2 of the cavern layers. Or one of the cavern layers, the empty one. The one that's got the giant cave spider in it right now. Or at least remove it from my burrow. Yeah, with, like, living elves on them. Undead lava resistant ravens. Well, they weren't lava resistance. They just didn't care. Their frame rate went to 0 almost immediately, too, because they were also all smoking, so they were blocking each other's pathing, which was kind of amazing. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. Hey, chat, yell at me if a bunch of people die, hey, because I really need to use the toilet. I will be right back. Did anybody else die? It seems like it. Saltmaker was found dead. Oh no. Also, I've got 3 Gorlaks in cages. Lovely. So I'm going to... Only 1 death? Ah, good. Well, at least some of the numbers are dropping. I'm just going to go up to here. And just... erase all this. Except I'm going to go into here. Reinstate this and this. But most of the dwarves are going to ignore it because they're all in the military. My mayor's been reelected. Broker can't access depot. Oh. How did I manage? Okay. What? I was pretty convinced that I put all of this into the borough, but... My Baroness meets with the Counselor Luro, and they say, "Greetings, Dwarf. There's much to discuss. Such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourself." Sure, pleasant, yeah. That's what they all say. Most definitely. Also gonna keep this squad training. Throw in another Swords Dwarf. Okay. Hold on. Metal. Well, I'll have to acquire it and melt it down. Is there any questions that people have asked that I haven't gotten to? That were intended for me? If so, just, like, feel free to rewrite them after it's been a bit. I mean, if you just rewrite the same question repeatedly, I will eventually just ignore you, but... Naturally, Jesus, in YouTube chat. How am I doing today? Pretty good. An okay weekend. I wasn't very productive this weekend. Which, I mean, that's either good or bad, depending on your perspective. It's bad if you want me to keep my nose to the grind set and be outputting a trillion videos a week for you. It's bad. It's good if you like streamer to have some semblance of work-life balance. So, it depends on your perspective, I guess. What was the tree that dwarf died in? It's around here, wasn't it? I was gonna say, I had a tree that was, like, set to be cut down. Oh. Ha! There's Lobster's body. And Lobster appears to have spawned a ghosty. Already has a grave assigned, so with a little bit of luck, we'll be able to trade and get that body rid of. Also buy splints and crutches from them, the large rock pot, the cheese. Did they bring anything fun? Did they bring any cages? Hedgehog, a wren, and a turkey. Ibex, eh. Buy the water skins so I don't have to make them. I'm also just going to cancel trading because that's plenty. We've got other things we need to get done first, like literally everything else, mostly. I live on an island that's almost as big as Ireland, so I guess it depends on your definition of small. I mean, I live in a metropolitan area that is the capital of my province that also has about 300,000 people in it, 100,000 in the downtown core. So, not huge by any stretch. Small compared to where I used to live, but small in the grand scheme of Canada. But like I said, it depends on your definition of small. Well, I mean, I used to live on mainland Canada. I now live on Vancouver Island. So, like, I didn't move to, like, Galliano or Salt Spring. Mostly because I don't have $1 million to spend on a huge plot of property and a boat. Because that's how you get to and from some of those islands. Little blast. So, any dwarf. Got it. How about this one? Little Blast is a fisher dwarf named Oil Labor. Well, named Oil Labor. I almost read that as all labor. No, Oil Labor. Is obsessed with order and structure in his own life. Everything kept in its proper place. You hate it here. Always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Is fully fulfilled by assisting those in need and is almost never feels discouraged. Honestly, you wanted me to name a dwarf I'm betting on is going to die a stupid death. They all live in this fortress, so it could be any of them. Is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance and is very calm demeanor, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is confident under pressure and is stubborn and is not particularly interested in what others think of him and does not often feel lustful. At least the bodies are getting cleaned up. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have and views any show of emotion as offensive and sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Greatly respects the shrewd and guileful and values tranquility and a peaceful day and does not really value skills related to fighting. Likes obsidian, sterling silver, and white opal and pond turtle shell and crossbows and bucklers and sheep for their tendency to flock. Welcome, Fortress, yes you. You want to get to some of the ghost towns in BC? One of the dozens of them? Hundreds of them? There's so many of them. Just got to go to northern BC and you'll find all of them. So, I'm burying the lead here a little bit. I've dug into hell. And have access to it. So that's kind of exciting. The other thing I'm going to do is, well, actually, not that. I'm going to fortify this.
Finally done with my exam. I'm unfamiliar with this fortress.
Simply put, we're digging too deep. How's the fortress going so far? Fine. I mean, everything is awful. All the dwarves are upset because everybody's in a squad, and I'm not necessarily trying to end the fort actively, but this dwarf just slaughtered a whole family of troglodytes, so good for you there. A whole family of them. 6 of them, in fact. But I'm in the process of digging too deeply and greedily is what I'm doing. Chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Cecilix? Your name is very hard. Silic. I'm just going to call you Silic. And I'm presuming those are Roman numerals in your name. I think I came to this conclusion last time. Anyway, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. You're watching the Ghost Fortress video? Yay! I hope you liked it. Any tips on dealing with an undead siege at the very beginning of the fort? Lock the front door! Is what I would say. And like YouTube chat already said, build cage traps if you can. But mostly lock the door. Yeah, like I said, I think we've been through this before, Silica. But it's like Silic Cipher. Having weird pronounced name, like why can't people just be Bob and then numbers? That would make life much easier. But much less interesting. Bob and Willie, those are your two options, chat. Might give it a try yourself. Have a port where anyone working, living in the fort. This section will live through hell. I mean, in regards to the ghost fort, that's kind of a Halloween theme I've done for several years now. I think that was the third or second one that I've done like that. Yeah, I've done a few like that where you just don't memorialize the dead and just let them rise. And just things just slowly go extremely south suddenly very quickly. Oh, totally. But, like, what percentage of the human population speaks French fluently? Just saying. Quite a lot? What percentage? I'm asking what percentage. Quite a lot means more than 2. People, not percentage. I can read French, like basic French, well enough to get around in a place where everything's written in French. But that's about my extent of French knowledge. So pretty minimal. At least it's not Welsh. Just get rid of that. That's fine. I'm just trying to drain the lava out of this tube. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's the French's fault. I also wouldn't say it's English people's fault. I'd say it's just human, like, education's fault. Since that's doing its thing now, let's also grab this. Did I dig through an aquifer? Like, it kind of looks like I did, but I don't think I did. Because that ain't an aquifer. I don't know. Where's that water coming from? Okay, so you're pumping water. There's lava down here. So we may make some progress here in a second. Water is flowing down. We got 2 pieces of obsidian. 3. Come on, can we get one right there? That's where I need one. And then I will dump water on, or lava on this again. Actually, I can probably start pumping lava right now. But I have another operate pump job. What's the other one? What? Oh, right, my well. Forgot about that. So you're pumping water down here, which is going pretty quickly. And has, in fact, done what I need it to do. Now I need lava to land on these 4 tiles. So we're waiting for a dwarf to come and pump this. That's actually quite a lot. I would take that as quite a lot. So I will actually take our friend here, Celica's original, or cipher, as they said, original statement of quite a lot, and roll with that as accurate. So that's a raw adamantine cavern floor. This is an obsidian cavern floor. And this is now filling up. We have sealed off hell again. Which means I can begin doing the things that I need to do, which is go all the way up to here and turn this off. Which means this side's filling up with lava. This is full of water, which is fine. And this is all sealed off. Which is exactly what we need. So let's just let this all drain out for a little bit. Necromancer Surgeon in your fort? Well, remember that Necromancers only use their powers when under threat of violence, right? This is a pretty good spot to be in, actually. Because this whole layer and this whole layer is now completely cut off. Which means I can just start cutting all this out. Once they get down here, at least. Which, in order to get down here, they have to... Well, I could... Where is my other stairway, actually? It's right there. Okay, well, my stairs currently have lava on top of them, so it's going to take them a wee bit to get down here. But once they're able to get down here, we can clear out this side and clear down to here, probably. Or I could even just pump it. Let's actually go through here. Nope, not that. Just making sure I didn't have any of these already smoothed. That hates the dead and throws up every time they resurrect something? Wait, like due to fear? That's interesting, actually. I can't say that I've seen that. What's the idea of pumping water and lava down there? So I'm trying to basically make a little pile of obsidian right here in the middle so that I can just dig stairs all the way down into here. And essentially that'll make it easier for me to build through here, right here, straight down one layer into here, and then build walls all the way around us because I've got this little platform now. So it'll make constructing an initial construction in hell much easier, which is what I'm trying to do, is build an initial construction in hell. But first I need my dwarves to, you know, get down there. I need them to get down there. Although I'm not actually sure where my stairs down are right now. I know that's a fortification, but... Let's actually just get rid of this. Just do that. So they can just go that way. As they can't handle their zombies. They might just be cave adapted, but yeah. I mean, that is a funny headcanon. I'll give it that. I would find that very amusing if I saw that. Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Well, that's bad. I may have to go request dwarves from one of these places. Such as some of these dwarves. My messenger is chained up, so I need a new one. You can't grasp properly, but I can send you on that mission to go request more dwarves, although a lot of those are going to just be merchants, but at least they'll be able to help around the fort. How's my day going? Pretty good. How's yours, Massmars? What's the point of smoothing their corners? It lets me fortify them and then see what's behind them without actually digging through them, and doing them on a diagonal stops the random little bursts of fire that come out from instantly killing dwarves. Basically, it's the safer way of digging this way. See? So it lets me see what's around them. So if there's a big scary monster that wants my dwarfs to go die, then I see them before I get there, which makes the process of digging through these caves safer. That's the point of doing this. Oh, this is where stairs used to be. This almost looks like it's shallowing itself out without much input from me, but congrats on catching me live, Ruin. Also, hey, Mind. You broke your mug? Oh no! So you ordered 2 new ones. Well, that's unfortunate that you broke it. I hope that the new ones serve you better. And I appreciate you for acting on that replacement accordingly. We can just dig through all of this now, because this lava is now cooling off. Is that an open floor? I don't think it is. And then down in here, I will do more of this digging. And the one with the Party of the Adventurers. I really like the way the Adventure Party one turned out. That one looks real nice. Speaking of merch, I've started drawing a lot recently, and something I've been doing is I've been sketching these bookmarks, which are going to eventually end up on my merch store when I have some that I'm happy with. But I have to have ones that I'm happy with first. We're getting there, though. Especially because that'll be me just mailing something to you. So that'll take a little bit. So I can get all of the logistics sorted for it. Kind of amazed none of the dwarves have fallen through and into the lava yet, but no, there'll be actual drawings. Because honestly, it requires me to get a printer, and I don't have a printer or a scanner. I may go that route eventually. But for right now, it just kind of makes... I was waiting for that. But for right now, it just kind of makes sense to start off a little bit more... Not reasonable, that's the wrong word to use. But start off a little bit less intense and just work my way towards that. Hold on, rest in peace, Dwarf. If I borrow a single queen with a suitable prospect, that would, in theory, get her married. If I borrow my single queen... Oh, burrow. Not borrow. Yeah, I mean, like, if you watch what I did with Cog in the 10 years following a single dwarf video, if you replicate that, that is pretty consistent, something that works, yes. Pretty consistently, that is something that'll work. Just make sure that they have, like, food supply and stuff. Give them snacks for their dual imprisonment, I guess. It isn't guaranteed that they'll have kids, but you will increase your odds. I think I'm just going to construct down into here. And then channel through here. Let the water flow down. That's probably what we'll do. Koi Splash, thanks for that brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you, friend. So I've now got some new dwarves, but they're all going to be merchants. Merchants have a problem in that they won't be able to join the fortress proper initially. Lobster, how come... Hold on. I don't know why this dwarf isn't getting buried. Well, the slab's been engraved already, so let's just go slab up this dwarf. Holmes, thanks for the Prime sub. Kept you entertained for weeks. Hey, that's called good value for money, friend. And of course, that's not to say that, you know, you've... I'm just going to get rid of this bin. Because this, I need to move elsewhere, and then I'll reload it. I just need to remake this so that I can get this track stop rebuilt here. Wrestler's been found dead. What? Oh, somebody died in the hospital. That's a shame. Do I have all the doctor jobs covered? Oh, I don't have a bone doctor. How the fuck did I manage that? Well, now I do. Must not have enough metal strands or enough adamantine to actually extract metal strands at the moment. Lobster was put to rest. Haladorfia. It's bedtime, Neezer. We'll see you later, dude. We'll be on tomorrow. Normal time. I'm sorry for killing your Gorlak. least we're getting somewhere with this. So now I've got a bunch of merchants in the fort. Yeah, well, okay, not a ton, just some merchants. The good news is more of them are arriving, and some of them are married, which means when they have kids, those merchants will be able to, you know, actually join the fort proper. I also need to go here and go up to here, go over to here. Go Jabberer. Got trained Jabberers and helmet snakes. Let's also go here and type in the word cage. Just a bunch of troglodytes. I'm going to go down to this and just go trog. Throw the trogs in there, please. Also going to remove all these dump orders. Maybe they'll actually get to that eventually. This thing I'd like to get rid of. I'm not sure what that was. That must have been the giant lizard that died. Must have been. I really, really need more population, though. Like, this is not actually great. But, you know, it is what it is. All right, so good news. I have gotten rid of all of the stuff that I need here. There is a downward slope right there, so instead of digging a hole, I will construct a screw pump right here out of wooden and iron materials. Bring in some shale blocks. And some shale blocks, and we will just get all this water out this way by just pumping it out. That's what we will do. The other thing I will do is I will do this and this, which will start this process beginning. And then I can probably just build down into hell. Because I can dig down here and then dig down here. And hopefully by the time we get to there, I'll be able to actually properly start a hell incursion, because hopefully we'll have traded and hopefully we'll have more dwarves in the fort. So yeah, hopefully in a couple of minutes here, within the next 30 minutes, we will be constructing down into hell. Because I currently really want to move my library into hell. Because I think building a library of Alexandria in hell would be a fun thing to complete in this fort. I think that would be fun. Arch Crystal 2.0. I mean, don't give me that much credit. It ain't no long death, I'll put it that way. Alexandria? Hell exactly. Okay, hold on a second. Mines of Filth. Let's get you in here. Type in Shem. Erdim. Giving picks to all the dwarves who are in this squad who don't currently have picks. So they can now use them. Jack Nurick has earned a bedroom. Well, I mean, we're only 2 levels off of it. I mean, it's either that or the fortress falls dramatically and then I start a new one. It's like, it's one of the two, right? So... Something I'm going to do, actually, though, is I'm going to make a stockpile right here. And this is going to be for blocks. Let's just say maybe claystone blocks. Carl the Pooch. Dislikes even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel. She has a strong sense of duty and lives at a high energy and kinetic pace and does not find most jokes humorous and basically startled the dog. The dog don't like that very much. She is somewhat quarrelsome and she has an active imagination, is trusting and tends to be passive in discussions and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. And tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. You've probably hit the limit now, Max and Co, for the day. I think it's 2. But, she doesn't handle stress well and has a greedy streak. Is a dog, but a dwarf culturally. And this dwarf is stumbling around obliviously. Diagnosis required, crutch covered. Is anyone diagnosing you? Yes. We're also trying to get some of these gems out of here. Who's constructing that? Literally the slowest dwarf on Earth. Well, get to it, dwarf. Is the plan to just fight demons head on with dwarves? I mean, ideally, no. The thing is, they've broken their initial, influx. So when I dig through, they're not all going to come flying through all at once. They're literally just like any other wild animal. They move around, and then if you get in proximity of them, then, yeah, you fight them. And yeah, that's the plan, pretty much, is to just have a lot of Mark's dwarves stationed so that if and when a demon shows up, the dwarves are able to just deal with it. So that is the plan. I don't really it's not really possible to go invade hell any other way. So... Well, the reason the demon bum rush has been broken is I was originally going to break it by dropping a wall on them. But I'm presuming a Forgotten Beast wandered onto the map in the basement at some point because they've all scattered, which basically just means that, you know, they're all out of the way, more or less. You're taking notes? So, fun fact, once you've broken into hell, if you can do it safely, like with a fortification, the way I did it, Forgotten Beasts can appear, and a Forgotten in hell, and a Forgotten Beast will break the demon rush, like the initial incursion. Also, we're in an ad break right as this happens, which is actually really good timing. Hey chat, if you're enjoying the stream today, could I get a round of beers? Just as a reminder to everybody, we are a crowdfunded channel, and it only takes 2 bits to get #1 on the bits leaderboard here on Twitch. But thank you very much to everybody who has hats next to your name, because you are the reason that this channel exists. Without you guys, I don't know what this channel would look like. So thank you. That also goes for you, YouTube. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I don't know why I'm whispering. And here I thought that the ads had good timing. It looks like they're going to start right as the save ends. Grumble. Well, okay. Not right as. Well, not you specifically. It's a team effort, Jesus. You of all people should know that. Jesus just claimed all the credit in the YouTube chat, so I'm just saying it's a team effort, cooperation, even. Yeah, it's got to be especially funny from your perspective, right? Just me addressing Jesus in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just like Jesus is a fan of mine. What can I say? He hangs out all the time. Foot massages must be rough, though. Let's wait 20 seconds for the ads. Also, Jesus says, hi, Twitch chat. Do you feel blessed yet? Have you had the chance to speak with the new Pope, Jesus? You know, I was listening to a podcast recently, and they had this very important discussion, which is what are the odds that any of the popes in existence have eaten a hot dog? Because hot dogs haven't existed for that long, and popes tend to live for quite a while. And so, like, the odds that a pope has had a hot dog is, like, only, like, the last 6 popes or something. Not even. So, the current pope is the highest likelihood that he's had a Chicago deep dish pizza and also a hot dog in his life. You know, the important discussions to have about the pope. Also, some goblins have decided to be goblins again, so we're going to have to de-goblin the goblins. Jesus, you may want to get underground. Speaking of Jesus. Also, Snatchers, protect the childs. Oh no, is Jesus dying? No, it's just Nish. Okay, well. Sorry, Nish. It does appear that Tosid is here to help, so let's actually just tell the squads to go stand here. There should be just a crowd of dwarves coming around the corner. And they do that. Crowd of dwarves come around the corner. They run up to the upper layers and out-sniper the goblin snipers. And although a wrestler was found dead. And Mistavoy, congratulations on getting number 1 in the bits board. Yeah, I mean, Chicago's, like, known for their hot dogs, aren't they? Sort of like New York's known for their bagels. Or, sorry, New York is known for arguing with Montreal over who has the best bagels. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for, Mistavoy, for the $1? Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the generous donation to the Library of Alexandria. Sweden is known for cinnamon rolls, and the Dutch are known for waffles. It's a waffle thing to be known for, honestly. I also had a dwarf tantrum. But Sweet Chaos, trying. We're trying to build a library in hell, or just dig into hell in general. The closest thing to construction I have happening right now is a dwarf reading a book about construction. So, you know. Snatchers. Snatchers. That's a lot of snatchers, Jesus Christ. Run away, Ozanthium. Speaking of Ozanthium. Oh yeah, Ozanthium left this fort for a while and I brought him back. Ozanthium was one of the dwarves that went off and captured a different location. Troll is in fact still mayor. Pilot, how have you been? I feel like it's been a minute. I was talking about some music the other day and highlighted the band Hashtaroid and immediately saw your name in the supporter list on the old Bandcamp and was like, wow, I guess my influence has many reaches. Sweet. A dwarf is actually constructing the thing I need constructed. And they are pissed. I think New York is also known for its pizza. Well, actually, I would say New York is known for bragging about how good their pizza is. As somebody who's not from New York, my perspective of New York's pizza is they are known for bragging about how good their pizza is. And then Chicago is known for bragging about something that is not pizza, but they claim is pizza. So they're famous for not knowing what pizza is. I'm sure deep dish lasagna is good, but I've seen the two of those things in a room. It's like having a kangaroo and a bunny rabbit in the same room. It's like, well, I can see how these are related, but like, how good is Vancouver pizza? Nah, I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I will say that there is a bakery that's close to me that makes pizzas that they sell frozen, and also fresh. But I usually buy them frozen because they're half price if you buy them frozen. And I gotta say that pizza is fucking delicious. I don't know how good it is on like an actual pizza scale. Having never had pizza from any of the places in the world that are quote unquote the best pizza in the world, I don't actually know how good our pizza is because I don't really have any basis for comparison. But I've had good pizza in my life. I mean, I've seen many casseroles and I wouldn't call that a casserole, but I don't think there's noodles. Like, to me, a casserole kind of needs noodles. Like, it needs a pasta component to be a casserole. A casserole? A casserole. I agree, Hashdroid is good music. I actually ran into their guitarist, because their drummer passed away, right? But they were a band from here, where I live now. And their guitarist works at a brewery, kind of close-ish to me. What is this, redstone? It's sort of like Dwarf Fortress or one of Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of bedrock. Well, actually, maybe a Dwarf Fortress equivalent of like a lava spawner. It's called semi-molten rock. It can't be dug through. It's based off of weed and asteroids. Hashtaroid. What is an iconic Canadian food other than poutine? I don't know. Canada is famous for food that was brought here by other people. Well, actually, okay. If we want to talk about actual Canadian food, it's probably like smoked salmon or like bannock. Like something that the indigenous peoples make. The thing is, like, America is exactly the same, right? Like, we don't really have any cultural food that we can call our own. Well, actually, here's two things. This will piss off some people, both of them. California rolls are Canadian, and so is pineapple pizza. Those are both Canadian foods. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Thankfully, the dwarf didn't catch fire. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're just like America. We don't have anything that's unique to our own. Everything is, like, imported versions of other things. Canadian bacon? Maple syrup, actually. Isn't that the right answer? I think maple syrup is actually the answer to that, now that I think about it. Well, the thing that America has done... Well, I mean, America has, like, Philly cheesesteaks and stuff, right? But the thing that America does is the same thing that, like, Canada does, which is I'm watching a food documentary about Korean food, and there's like a thing to be said about Korean food in Los Angeles being more Korean than most modern Korean food, because modern Korean food, as well as like, food from around the world, evolves with time, right? Like people modify recipes. That's something people do. So if you want like traditional food in a lot of countries, you're going to do better if you go to a place like Canada or a place like the US in some instances, because you will get food that is more closer to what it was originally when that food was created, because that was a mistake. Because since like it was imported and since people started making it where it's been moved to, the recipes have changed. I mean, I don't like barbecue, so I'm just ignoring it, but yeah, you're right. I'm not a big barbecue person. It's not really my thing. If I were to also go for barbecue, I would go for Korean barbecue, like 10 times out of 10. Over American barbecue. Like if I'm given the option between like Texas barbecue and like Korean barbecue, I would go for Korean barbecue. Fucking love Korean barbecue. Is maple syrup and some nice biscuits. Yeah. I mean, Quebec has amazing maple syrup. They just made a Korean-style sauce? Then you don't know what Korean barbecue is. If you think the Korean barbecue is an American thing, then you don't know what Korean barbecue is. What is my opinion, Talia? Just gonna keep doing this until this stops doing that. I mean, I know that you can train them to pick things up and carry them and they use tools, but I don't know enough about corvids to actually be able to give you a response to that. I mean, I agree it would be funny if it's possible, but I don't know really enough context for this question. Australian barbecue is an 18-hour flight from here minimum. And that's assuming I don't have delays or long overlay or long layovers. So I can safely say I will never eat Australian barbecue because I don't like planes very much. I do like all those videos online of like crows bringing $20 bills and stuff to a trainer. Australian barbecue in Denmark. Okay. That is of all places. I'm a big fan of like pan Korean barbecue places. It's my preferred Korean barbecue. Okay, so I'm probably gonna channel through here. Okay, that's all full, which is what I want. I'll also go up to here and dig through this. That's definitely got water behind it. Oh, gross. Outback Steakhouse. Outback Steakhouse is like saying that... Okay, so if Outback Steakhouse is like authentic cuisine of any kind, then by that logic, a lot of other really shitty chains also have to be authentic cuisine. I refuse to acknowledge a chain like Outback as being anything but just corporate nastiness. So, sorry, but ew. A dwarf has been missing for a week. Well, I was surprised. I'm certainly not. How many wafers am I up to? 16. Baron just needs that, and also crossbows. Let's just do iron, crossbow. Oopsies. And then go here and then say seasonally, and say 3. I'll just make 3 iron crossbows per season and have plenty. Go to the nice account. You were once told, why go to the nice Italian place across the river when we have Olive Garden on this side? You know, does anybody here watch the YouTuber Eddie Burback? Because like as dismissive as easy as it is to be super dismissive of chains like that, there is something to be said for the power of nostalgia. And like, as an example here, I don't think that Red Robin's is particularly good. I have a lot of nostalgia for Red Robin's. I don't think that Swiss Chalet is particularly good. If anything, Swiss Chalet is bad, like objectively. I have a lot of nostalgia and fond memories of Swiss Chalet. I don't know if they existed in many other places, but there was a diner chain called ABC Diner, which is very similar to a Denny's. Maybe my fondest memories of restaurants were in ABC because that's where my family would go whenever my grandma would take the extended family out for lunch, or brunch in our case. It was usually around 11. And it's not good food, but I have nostalgia for it. And Eddie Burback put out a video earlier this year. I think it was this year. It may have been last year. Probably was this year. Basically, where it was an excuse to write off a trip to Italy, I'm pretty sure. Where him and his friends just like went to Olive Garden and then went to Italy to figure out which one was better. I mean, it's not a contest, but like the video kind of ended off with a very poetic kind of, you know, a lot of people's enjoyment to these kinds of places is just nostalgia and familiarity to an environment. It's not good, but I don't think it needs to be. The problem is when it becomes ridiculously food. There's a mom and pop Korean fusion spot 2 minutes from me. Oh my god. Goddess Todd, thank you very much for the 29th month check, and I get a round of beers for that. Also Disco, it's good to see you. Bah! Apocalypse! We are being judged by the gods, are we? Thankfully, it's behind a very sneaky wall, and thus can't get to me. Enslaved Doom. Doom guy, is that you? An enormous one-eyed scorpion fly. It has a knobby trunk, and its movements sound like rattling chains. Its white exoskeleton is warty. It was created by the human god Med, the free leap, and is part with lightning, rain, storms, thraldom, and thunder. Well, that's cool. So I should kill it, right? You know what? Let's actually set all of these dwarves to crossbow. I gather that Ficod is just not on the map anymore. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Ooh, have we? It is a jagged, faceted metal maul. I love that the dwarves just kind of don't care about this thing. Actually, hold on. It might not be hostile to me. Because it says current resident. My shoulder's sore. And dwarves don't seem to be too disturbed by it. I may just leave it behind the wall if that's the case. I'll wait for the Marks dwarves to come down here, and if they don't kill it, then I'll just leave it there. They don't usually hang out in the tavern. Yeah. I don't think it's hostile. No. Because it's not it's okay, so it's a current resident, meaning it already lives here, part of its own faction. It won't request to join. In order for it to request to join, it has to be on this screen. It is still under the others screen, but it's listed as a current resident in the other screen, so it won't ask to join. Why hostile shaped then? Because bug is actually the reason why. I mean, if you desperately want me to explain this so much, yeah, it's bugged is what it is. Speaking of things being bugged. Who's ready? No, yeah, that's absolutely what happens. Talon. Because, like, they're friendly, basically, until they cease being friendly. And when they cease being friendly, they just kill everything. I'm digging into hell right now. And then I'm going to try and put a brick on top of it. We've also got a bunch of godly artifacts down here. Now that that's done, let's just do... Let's do iron bars just so that it's adamant, so it's lava safe. Although actually... Yeah, we're gonna do this. Come on. So that the angel fights the demons? I'm not certain it will fight the demons. Could I? Sure. What am I actually going to do? I'm gonna leave it there and then drop something on its head. I'm just gonna get rid of the problem before I create a problem for myself. Right now the plan is to dig into hell, not to create unnecessary problems for myself. Like, could I do things? Certainly, but let's worry about doing things once I've solved the thing that I'm trying to complete here. All right, that's that done. Hell is sealed off again. Angel or demon? Who wins? Not my sanity is who wins. Actually, rather, I couldn't tell you who wins, but I could tell you who loses. But yeah, I'm not positive if it would be considered hostile to them. I know that, like, if somebody tantrums, it'll go hostile to my faction, and if it goes hostile to my faction, it'll just kill everybody. So the answer is possibly Droven, but I'm not going to bother. The thing is, they're almost always like this. This dwarf is... I need to expel you, I think. You just got beat by my bear, who's got Maffal's lower back tooth hauled probably in your mouth. Bites the dwarf in the lower arm. Kicks the dwarf. Punches the dwarf in the teeth, and they sailed off in an arc, and I guess caught it? Yeah, I've got a bunch of dwarves that need to get booted. And Maffal, the administrator, was found dead. At least we're working on these hospitals. Oh, sweet. Maffal died. That's good. That dwarf that kept tantruming and was costing my dwarves lives is no longer a dwarf to be worried about. So yeah, and my dwarves are, and my other dwarves are slowly getting more and more and more decked out in proper dwarven gear. By that I mean adamantine. This whole squad has adamantine, well, most of them have adamantine weapons, and most of them have adamantine shields. Trains the doctors up on dodging? Sure. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm just gonna hop back up to here, and we're gonna dump some water, I think. Erdem is going to go operate the pump, but a forgotten beast named Taba Zathrol, which has come, a gigantic blob composed of flame. Its spiral shell, it has a spiral shell, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. That's slightly terrifying. Did I lock this lower level? I can't remember. Yeah. Probably should, right? But at the same time, I don't really need to worry about it. I could just kill it with Mark's dwarves. Okay, let's wait for this ad to end. What could go wrong with that? I mean, I only need to hit it with one bolt, so... But we'll wait until the ads are done, which is 40 seconds. I have a bit of a were-lizard... Chat, Jesus has a were-lizard problem and needs help. What's your advice for Jesus? Jokes aside, build lots of doors and lock them. Try and airlock and compartmentalize your fortress. And seal off areas with no infected and lock the infected in specific zones. Try turning their blood into wine. Yeah, and then you would only be able to whine about it. So maybe turn their blood into beer, because then all you can do is beer about it. And that would be barely a problem. Huzzah! Now that all of that is a series of lines of text that I just said, I'm gonna unpause this, and let's follow this beast. Thankfully, it's very slow. Okay, well that closed. So, I'm just gonna wait for my Marksdwarves to line up, and then we're just gonna fight this thing. I don't think it's gonna be too much of a threat. Another forgotten beast, oh shit! I mean, shit has come. A towering eyeless toad. It has an enormous shell, and it squirms and fidgets. Its gray skin is warty, beware its deadly spit. It's also got a really funny name. This one is in hell. I think it named itself this because, you know. Here comes the water. Tisk. That's not actually what I wanted it to do, but oh well. At least it'll seal off this for me. I wonder if that angel is fireproof. Oh well, this did deal with the lava problem. It's plenty. I mean, it's not gonna burn it, but bootlegger, what would you like to name? Hammerdorf. I don't have any active Hammerdorfs. Hold on, if I'm intentionally not building hammers because we're using adamantine, which isn't great for hammers. But let's see, do I have a Hammerdorf? I do not have a Hammerdorf. The beard or no beard? No beard? Okay. Everybody's named. You get Tosit, who's a Marksdwarf. That is also technically a hammer when they whack things with it, so. Bootlegger is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, is impervious to the effects of stress and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, has a low sense of self-esteem and is very quick to anger, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is quite ambitious and she tries to keep her things orderly. She finds obligations confining and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She often feels envious of others and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Also, I just realized we didn't trade this year. And also got no migrants. That's not good. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square its natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess, and she's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to be passive in discussions. I feel like, because we didn't get any migrants, I should just lock all the doors. Feel like that's something we should do. She generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity and is a friendly individual. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views any show of emotion as offensive. Views freedom and independence as completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them, and finds herself to be somewhat disgusted by eloquent speakers, and finds the idea of fair dealing and foolish, and cheats whenever she finds it profitable. She dreams of creating a great work of art. And like sapphire and aluminum, as well as glossier and red and green glass and silver and rings and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama. And the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume peregrine falcon, guava wine, and hydroot seeds, and absolutely hates snails. You don't have any family in the fortress, and your last name's Anvil. Tip. Tip of the anvil to you. Locked everyone in the hospital, including the king. Well, I mean, if the king's infected, right? Should we tell Jesus that now Jesus just has an immortal king they need to deal with? Thought I had a lady jabberer. Damn it, I guess not. I caught a giant cave spider. Would you look at that? Anyway, let's open this up. Most of the dwarves have bolts, which is what we need. See? Most of them have bolts. You don't, do you? Yes, you do. So now where is this beast? It's killed one Monera here. You know, I feel like this may actually go better if I send the dwarves out to go fight it, because they'll be able to get the high ground. Okay, so monster's right there. I'm going to tell them to move over here. Dwarves are all lining up. Here comes the beast. Well, here goes the beast, I guess. And that dwarf is just running around obliviously. Okay, good for you. Keep up the good work. Some of them charge in because they don't have any bolts, but the rest of them brought bolts, and aside from getting knocked around and turned into a, like, you know, a cartoon show for a second there, they appear to be heading back inside safely. You're definitely covered in stuff. So let's see what happens with you, dwarf. Uh-oh. They've all fallen unconscious. And asleep. Well, Just gonna plop that there. Neither do I, honestly, Pilot. Although, honestly, there's worse tips that you could have. Oh, my chief medical dwarf died again. Jesus, you're now my chief medical dwarf. It's like, why is nobody doing chief medical dwarf job? Well, 'cause dead. Well, here's hoping you get tended to soon. Also, there's my were-lizard, who is very slowly doing unrelated tasks, and I'm going to get to engrave stuff over there. I'm also going to go over here real quick. Place a slab. Clean patient. Okay, well, at the very least, you're getting some dwarves into here. Jesus, take the heal is what I would say, but that may be misinterpreted as Jesus' heel turn, which is, I guess, a different thing. I realize that this is kind of a slow process, digging down like this, but... Hey, chat, I have a question. Can I make these dwarves bedrooms just for everybody if we successfully pull off building a library in hell? Can Jesus cast Cure Wounds? In my imagination, he can. We don't really have any were creature problems in this fort, so no concerns there. Man, I love it when the water is being evaporated faster than it can deal with the burning gems. Like, that's always one of my favorite visuals. Can I dig down here? I think we can. Yes, we can. Let's also deconstruct those floorboards. Right, yeah, Ficot needs to get removed. Because Ficot ain't actually here. Nice. We're out of wafers, apparently. Uh-oh. Found a dwarf who died. Saigon. We're still putting stuff in tombs. Need to check if we even have enough tombs. Pro wrestling joke. You know, it's funny whenever I make pro wrestling jokes, because they're jokes, obviously, but I find it funny because I don't know anything about actual wrestling. Some ancient horror was encased here until now. This is a Ceratops devil. This particular one is a towering ceropod. It has a pair of knobby antennae. It is ravening. Its amber antenna. Its amber feathers are patchy. Beware its poison sting. I'm going to go right here and grab everybody. And tell them to stand right there. I'm also going to drop back down through here to this guy, and we're going to follow you turn by turn. The first dwarf that jumps on it is Aban, who's a recruit, who is already dead. The second dwarf who jumps on it is Fath, who's a militia commander, who's also dead. Okay, so now that those two are dead, Let's get rid of these. Watch it as it moves up and collides with Yuvash, who's also dead. And then it collides with Ast, who's also dead. And then it collides with that child. And then those ones are smart enough to run away. Some of these dwarves are trying to collect items. You're also dead. Oh my god, that corner. Okay, so the first few actual combat-trained dwarves are now here. We've got bolts flying. This is one of my recruits who's about to die too. We've got bootleg plays and Stukos who are firing bolts at the creature. Pretty effectively, I think. As for the creature itself, it is healthy. It's actually dodged all the bolts so far. It is currently killing the dwarf who's sitting right there. More bolts are being loosed, and the creature is very skillfully, I shall add, dodging them. I'll pop up its situation here. More bolts are being loosed, and it's dodging damn near all of them, if not all of them. So much for being clumsy. The Mangy Belches is its name. Dodging in between more of my Marks dwarves, who are pretty skillfully fighting it. Somebody just lost their intestines. Hopefully you didn't need those there, dwarf. More bolts are being loosed at the creature, and it is continuing to dodge them, but it has taken quite a bit of damage. The children are coming down to try and haul bodies upstairs. Hopefully we get somebody with, like, a weapon that isn't a crossbow pretty soon. Bits and pieces are still flying off of it, although it is bleeding heavily now. We are now getting the dwarves with the adamantine weapons in the fighting. Specifically, we have Stormdorf, who comes up and bites the Sauropod Devil, and we also have this Swords Dwarf, who stabs it in the muscle, and that dwarf who's flying and about to hit a wall and can't breathe properly anymore. Let's unpause the game. Bits and pieces fly off the creature, and the creature falls. We've got at least one more dwarf who's about to die, who says, I'm not feeling sad right now. I'm not feeling sad right now. I can keep it together. I have a part in this. There's no need to feel vengeful. I say rest in peace, dwarves. That was quite the grim final thoughts from that dwarf right here. Been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken, they say. The dwarf continues to bleed and can't breathe. Rest in peace, Datan. Wait, what? You can't breathe. Oh, you're being carried to the hospital. But you died before you made it. It's like, how are you walking? You can't breathe. So for named dwarves that died in that, Elphiebean, Urist. Seems to just be the two of them, Elphiebean and Urist. I'm probably out of tombs. I'm just guessing. But it looks like we are out of tombs. I think I'm going to seal off the roof, is what I'm going to do. I don't know what did I miss one? Who was the one that why don't you write down the name of the one that I missed? I said Urist. I said Elphiebean. And that's all the named dwarves. Who am I missing here? Urist and Elphiebean. There's no other named dwarves that died in that list. One tomb. Oh, I'm sure I missed more than one. Don't worry about it. Telling me that doesn't help me unless you can pinpoint exactly where it is in the north-south region. But I appreciate the effort. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. Those creatures are just so large, they take a lot to take out. So yeah, I guess the plan is we just lock the door. Because in order to do this, we have to be very cautious. Well, chat, can I get a round of Fs for all of the dwarfs lost? Brave souls, they was. Brave souls. I also lost most of my miners, which kind of sucks, actually. All right. As they slowly dig all this together. It was like 20 dwarves or something? That library might be doubling as a mausoleum. I mean, the problem is going to be repopulating the fort after whatever we build is built. Purely for the fact that I need to rebuild the relationship with my home faction, which apparently we've lost. Because I've lost a lot of dwarves. The good news is the moods are looking up. Somehow. Like, the dwarves are a lot happier than they were. So as horrific as this has been, you can't flood hell. It'll drain through the purple holes infinitely, Luca. Also, the demons don't need air or, you know, anything, so they'll just swim through the lava. Or fire, or water, or whatever. I did drain the entirety of an ocean into hell once. That was pretty entertaining. But now we need to wait for the very long saves. The very long saves. The very, 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 very long saves. Thanks to the 114 of you tuned in on the YouTubes, by the way. As well as the 197 of you here on the Twitches. And by the way, I haven't mentioned it because we've cleared it. We've hit the daily minimum. So thank you. I'm very excited for Thursday, chat. On Thursday, I get to pick up my first month of the CSA, which is a community-supported agriculture thing that I invested in. So I get my first round of prepaid produce from a local farm, and I'm very excited. Like, genuinely very excited. Now, ideally, if I don't find any more big demons, we should be in an okay spot. Should be. Is the key word there. I would do via Steam because then it automatically updates. If you don't go through Steam, then you'll have to manually update, and it'll just break whenever it updates, and it updates alongside of Steam generally. Cole the Bone Cover. So if you're installing Dwarf Fortress through Steam, you might as well just get DFHack through Steam because there is no difference. The Bone Carver is taken by a Feymood. Like, might as well just keep all your installs in one place at that point. Like, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any DRM anyway, so you can very easily just get rid of that if you want. You must have raw green glass. Well, hopefully we have raw green glass for you there, Dwarf. What are you grabbing? My God. So many dead dwarfs. Oh, thief. Protect the horde. We got kobolds attacking. Okay, so not actually as many coffins were needed as I thought, but still quite a few. I can still go through and put all these away, though. Get them all assigned with time. I mean, that's actually still quite a lot of tombs. It's really funny, actually. Look at the moods. Like, we had 40 most pissed off dwarves now, and I realize we've lost about 40 dwarves, but are we just, like, weeding out the problems? I realize that's kind of grim, but, like, in a way, I am actually kind of wondering if we are, like, improving the overall morale by losing dwarves. Because it kind of seems that way. Like, only the strong shall survive type thing. Angry dwarves fight worse. Well, no, the dwarves that have been here longer and thus have had more experience with fighting and taken more time to train are braver. Also, a lot of the children died, and I guarantee you they were pissed. So, I think a lot of that was children dying, and also dwarves that get really upset really quickly are often dwarves that haven't had time to get hardened, which is something that military dwarves get after a while, where they are less susceptible to stress just naturally. Yeah, the deaths will continue until morale improves, and when morale improves, the deaths will become less constant, I guess. Just look at all this. So many dwarves. So many dwarves. I wonder if that beast got butchered. Gold bars, phalite, copper bars, Sleeping Beauty. Chat, we've got Sleeping Beauty bone, so we must have butchered Sleeping Beauty. That's kind of funny, actually. That forgotten beast that we went and named here may very well be getting their own task. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. I'll just keep reading your parents' garden from time to time. That's honestly a pretty good way to do it. Because I don't know if your parents' garden is anything like the gardens that I grow. Like, I always need people to take my lettuce from me. I've been eating 2 salads a day. That's how much lettuce I've been getting. But yeah, the way the community-supported agriculture works, for anybody who's wondering, like, because Pilot sort of mentioned it, basically it's you prepay at the beginning of the year, and then you just get a portion of whatever they grow that year based on how much you pay. So it was like 460, I think, for the year, and it's from the 22nd of May, which is this Thursday, until like mid-October, and it's just once a week, and you get it factored down to, it was like $19 a week or something. So it'll probably just be a lot of greens initially, honestly. But yeah, they've got like garlic, they've got tomatoes, they've got squashes, they've got all kinds of things, eggplants, zucchini, cucumber, various kinds of cucumber. I mean, the one that I'm buying from Trogar is apparently a Montreal-based startup called Fed, F-E-D, which would be really funny if you started that in the US, because then you could call it the Feds. But what they do is they lease empty lots that are going to get built into towers or a construction on it at some point, because like they just sit there empty for years until whoever's bought the land gets around to developing it, right? So they lease empty lots and basically build temporary farms on them, which I think is pretty cool, actually. When you put in a request, example, extra garlic, apparently they have a container. If you don't want stuff, you can leave it. So if somebody doesn't want something and they leave it, then you could take it. From the ceiling, if you go one layer above and dig down through the ceiling, that'll remove it. But generally, the rule of thumb is go further down. Like if it's on this layer, like if you're building on this layer, right? And it's leaking through this ceiling, if you channel through the ceiling like this, although do it 2 at a time so that it doesn't cave in, that will remove the aquifer from the layer above. So if it's only one layer up, dig up there and channel down through the floor and remove the floor, and that'll get rid of it. But that's kind of your only option there. Fuck it, let's be ballsy. Kind of tempted to just take this squad off duty, but I kind of also don't really want to do that. We ballin', yes. Got the game paused at the moment. I'm going up to the top of this, and I'm going to start this pump up here. Which is now dumping lava down into here. So water is going to come out of here in a moment. And hopefully fill this up with obsidian. Here it comes. Water coming down. Let's just get rid of this. Come on, water. Spread, 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 spread. I need water in here. Here it comes. It's one. Seal. Needs it there. Needs it there. It's sealed over there. Needs it there. Needs it there. Sealed there. Needs it there. Right there. Right there. Done. Okay. So now that I've done that, I should stop it before the whole thing fucking floods. So what that means is now I'm all the way down to the bottom. One layer above the lava sea, or above hell, basically. I've completed what I wanted to complete. Oopsies. That's the woodcutter task, not the task I actually wanted. Can also pull this and dig through this. Can also dig through this. Uh-oh. Cole the Bone Carver has created Neurotulud Gusul Mishak, a forgotten beast bone scepter, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. Chat, do you guys want to see the description of that? I can never quite tell if chat cares about a particular forgotten, or about a particular artifact or not. Kind of want to see cat. This is a Forgotten Beast Bone Scepter. Actually, I can put it over here. Made out of Sleeping Beauty bone, I think. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round phthalate cabochons and studded with gold and copper and decorated with trillion-cut green glass gems. This object, of course, is adorned with hanging rings of giant sparrow leather and menaces with spikes of forgotten beast bone and iron. On the item is